Good evening, Milpitas, and welcome to tonight's regularly scheduled City Council meeting here on February the 15th of 2022, our 68th year of incorporation in the land of cornfields. We are back in City Hall, as you can tell, if you're tuning in on YouTube.com or Facebook live stream. We are back in the building, folks, the City Council chamber. We got a pretty good agenda for tonight. I'm very excited at some of the opportunities that the council will have, and we want to welcome folks. I believe this is a hybrid meeting, so we do have other council members here as well digitally, so we want to recognize them as well. And we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. I missed the gavel. The gavel's back, folks. And we'll go to our city clerk, Wendy Wood, for the roll call.
Councilmember Chua?
Once more, Councilmember Chua.
Here.
Councilmember Dominguez?
Present.
Councilmember Pham?
Present.
Vice Mayor Montano?
Here.
Mayor Tran?
Here. Thank you very much, Wendy. And that's the roll call. And before we adjourn to closed session, let's check in with our attorney du jour, Seth. Welcome, Seth. Let me get your microphone there. There you go.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Would you like me to take us into closed session? Mr.
Yes, please. If there are any comments before we go in there, usually Chris just, kind of reads the closed session items for the public who are viewing at home.
Yes. So tonight there are two items on closed session. Number one is a discussion with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code 54957.6. The agency designated representative is Jeannie Saher, their Human Resources Director, and the employee organization being considered as MEA. Second item in closed session is public employee appointment hiring under Government Code 54957 for the position of city attorney. I will be sitting in on the first item and not the second.
Thank you very much. And away we go. For folks tuning in at home, we'll be back just about 7 p.m. Very well. Okay, great, fantastic. I want to welcome everybody watching at home or here in City Hall. We do have our chamber back open now. A lot of changes in the state of California, and hopefully soon here in Santa Clara County. We want to welcome folks back here on this evening. Our city council just came back from closed session, highly productive, and that's my announcement for it. Moving on here to the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Let's check in with our city attorney of the evening, Seth. I think, Seth, you wanted to add something?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify from the closed session, the discussion with labor negotiators, there was direction to staff given, no votes taken. And then I don't know if someone that participated in the public employee appointment would like to report out if there was any action taken. Or just direction to staff.
Yeah, I think for item A, I'm not sure if there's much to report, but the council did give our HR director some direction to move forward in relation to item number A, so I can leave it at that.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm assuming no reportable action in number B.
Great, thank you. Yeah, that's good. All right, to the best of my knowledge, thank you very much. Yeah, folks, closed session. You got to be careful what you say out of there. But we got a great team up here tonight, great city council, and one of the best in Seth. So those are just some comments to report out of closed session. Next up here is the invocation. Tonight's invocation is presented by Councilmember Anthony Fan.
I'll pass on the invocation tonight.
Okay, great. Perhaps Vice Mayor, do you think you can lead us through an invocation this evening and put the faith behind it? Yeah, let's go to the Vice Mayor. Vice Mayor Montano.
Okay, thank you. So I want to make a small invocation on our city. We are the city of Milpitas. We are a city on a hill, meaning that our community works together for the betterment of, for the goodness and for the betterment of the whole community. We strive to do that, and we strive to be ethical and do the right thing to serve the people of the citizens of Milpitas, and asking God to bless our city. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Montano. Thank you very much for the invocation this evening. Next here on the City Council agenda, if you're here in the chamber, we do have agendas per usual, should be in the back there. If not, if you're joining us from online, you're on the Zoom, you're on youtube.com, or you're on Facebook live stream, you can check us for the agenda on the City of Milpitas website. Just kind of do the search agenda. Okay. And so now we're at the presentations, and tonight we sort of have an annual tradition here. We have a presentation to the Santa Clara Valley Science and Engineering Fair Association. And these will be the Milpitas student STEM winners that will be recognized here to represent the Santa Clara Valley Science and Engineering Fair Association. We have Mr. Forrest Williams, one of the great public servants early in the history of our great valley. So we'll have IT connect Mr. Williams here. I do see his name on the Zoom. Thanks for joining us, folks. Attendees. A lot of names here. Welcome, everybody. Mr. Williams, great to see you. How you doing?
I'm doing fine, Mayor. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thanks for asking, sir.
All right. If I could have a moment, I would want to thank the mayor and the council members and the staff for their great work in honoring these students. We know that the future is in our hands, not in somebody else's hands, but in our hands as we consider the individuals that are going to make a difference in our society, improve the conditions that we're in, resolve some of the many problems that we face today. There are students that are in school and high school and elementary school, wherever the excitement is and whatever contribution they're going to be making to society. So I want to thank you again. And your consideration is significant in terms of motivating the students and having them understand that they are important, they mean something to our community, and they're growing right up in our community. So we should help them. And I'm very thankful for your consideration. So with that, I'll turn it back to the mayor.
Thank you very much. Let me go down here to the podium here. Okay. And if I may, first I want to thank our city clerk, Wendy Wood, and our support staff on the executive level for putting this together. Executive Secretary Curry, just everybody that allows for me to just show up here and recognize our young community leaders. Now I want to welcome to join me Vice Mayor Carmen Montano, if you'll come on down, and Councilmember Evelyn Chua, please join me down here. I feel lonely. I could use some public service camaraderie. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, and I believe we have the students joining us remotely. All right, let's start recognizing our Milpitas winners of the 2021 STEM competitions. We have the first three students to be recognized joining us via Zoom. And we will be also mentioning two other students, and perhaps they are on Zoom, but let's go ahead and get started. I'm with the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Chua, and let me go down the list here and lead us away. First up, we have Somaya Sundar with the project name Reusing Gray Water, using natural filter materials to remove contaminants in gray water. Do we have some is she here? There you are.
Hello.
Somaya, congratulations. We wanted to recognize you. If you'll spend up to a minute to share with us your STEM project.
Yeah, thank you. So my project was called Reusing Gray Water Using Natural Materials. And during this project, I had a lot of fun learning about how effective natural materials are in filtering gray water. And I'm planning to continue environmental studies in the future and help developing countries to avail cheap methods to save water. I thank Synopsys for giving me this wonderful opportunity, and my parents and my friends for helping me out with my idea, and the city of Milpitas for encouraging me.
Congratulations, you did a great job. Okay, next up, Councilmember Evelyn Chua, you're here, please help.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Congratulations to Shiratish Mona, and her topic is, what is the best face mask material to reduce the spread of transmittable disease? Good topic.
Sritez, there you are.
Hello. Yeah, I'm Sweet Tage. I'm a current junior in Midi High School. And yeah, that was the project that I was working on. And I basically grabbed many common fabrics such as cotton and polyester and put them through a series of tests to determine which ones were the most effective at filtering germs. And through that, I was able to learn a lot about different mask materials and which materials would be the most effective to use as a face mask, especially during this pandemic. And I'm also very grateful for Synopsys for giving me the opportunity to expand my knowledge about COVID-19 and just get more involved in experiments. It was a really great experience.
This one is for Clarina Manuel. And I'm going to do this really very slowly because just reading the topic is hard enough. So, effect of temperature difference on the electromotive force produced to thermoelectric effect.
Hello, I'm Clarina Manuel. I'm in 7th grade in Stratford, Milpitas. And basically in my project, I created a lamp that used just water in a porous clay pot as a fuel and generated electricity to light an LED lamp. I found that this could be very useful in places that do not have electricity or people there cannot afford electricity. I was able to achieve this project through the thermoelectric effect and evaporative cooling. I learned a lot through this, and I really appreciate Synopsys for giving me this opportunity to research more into this project.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Wonderful. So I'm going to recognize Elaine Lee. Welcome, Elaine Lee. The City of Milpitas recognizes Elaine Lee, 9th grade, for participating in the 2021 Synopsys Championship Science Fair. This awardee is commended for all the hard work that went into creating and researching this unique project titled Impact Traffic Reduction on Greenhouse Gases. So the entire City Council is proud to have an extraordinary citizen like you in our community. Congratulations and keep up the great work. Do you have anything to say, Elaine Lee?
So first
Elaine?
of all, thank you for the opportunity. My project was a really special one given this opportunity of the pandemic, such that the traffic was reduced. And I just happened to do a science project a few years back, which tested the amount of CO2 in the air. And so with this opportunity, I was able to compare my data and find out if less cars really did have an impact on the amount of CO2 in the air. Thank you.
Great job. With carbon, with our carbon footprint and with global warming, this topic is very important. Congratulations. Thank you. The other certificate of recognition is for Yash Tipirneni. So he's a 2021 STEM winner. The City of Milpitas recognizes Yash Tipirneni, 11th grade, for participating in the 2021 Synopsys Championship Science Fair. This awardee is commended for all the hard work that went into creating and researching this unique project titled Selectively Targeting Leukemia Cells via Ultrasonic Resonant Frequencies. So the entire City Council is proud to have an extraordinary citizen like you in our community. Congratulations and keep up the great work. So Yash Tipirneni, would you like to say something on your project? Oh, he's not here. Okay. So congratulations to all the winners from the City of Milpitas.
Great job once again, and I want to give a special thank you to Mr. Williams. I've only been here a handful of years, and every year we've had the pleasure of doing this for our Milpitas students, and it's all because of you, sir. And you are continuing to be an inspiration to all public servants not just students here in our city. So thank you for all you do. And I know I'll see you next year, and hopefully I'll see you sooner than that. Okay, great. Moving on to public forum. Tonight's public forum will be 1 minute. 1 minute for comments tonight, folks. We're behind schedule. You'll have to pardon me. So public forum, here we go. If you're here for the public forum, come on up. Any item not on tonight's agenda, now's your time. Come on up. We have first Voltaire Montemayor. 1 minute.
Yes, thank you. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council, Zoom and in person, the manager and staff and all. Yeah, I've been showing excited look. Thanks God. Although, even though we've been City Council and the whole administration, we were successful. Lots of accomplishments. Thanks God. In the invocation, we wish. And especially, I mentioned the increment of 5 years. I don't know if this topic tonight or today's. We will know. CIP program. I'm not jumping off. I want myself to visit in sync or in synchronized. So instantaneously. Anyway, we never know, and we hope. Like they're now, we're not totally idle. The stamp. Congratulations, and hopefully we'll have a very fruitful evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if there's anybody else here in the chamber that would like to speak for any item not on the agenda this evening, now's your time. Now we'll go to the Zoom. With the virtual raised hand, we have Frank Bush. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Welcome.
Hi, I just wanted to say, over the last year, some of the city council members have been behaving badly and have been an embarrassment to our city. I expected better from our elected officials, and you should really try and follow your code of conduct. Things would turn out better. And, that's about it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bush. Public forum continues. We won't comment on any items not on the agenda tonight. Got to stick to the script. And so I see no further virtual raised hands for the public forum. Going once, going twice. That's it. Perhaps I may take your comments at the end of the agenda if you didn't make it. Moving on here to announcements and future agenda items. We're going to have an efficient meeting here tonight, folks. I think minute for minute, we're going to have a tremendous meeting. And so now we're with the announcements, and we'll go to our city manager, Stephen McHarris.
Thank you, Mary Tran. Good evening, and good evening, council members. I have no announcements this evening.
Thank you very much. And we'll bring it back up to the dais here. I want to give kudos to our city organization, our government here for the fine job. We've had really a series of public meetings related to the budget and the CIP, and there's so many moving parts and so many different needs this year that I do want to give just a moment of thanks for everybody's work. In terms of future agenda items, as widely read in the community, I do have a future agenda item I would like to see come back. I would like to see a future agenda item per the request of Mayor Tran requesting 4 more hours of staff time for the city attorney's office to explore encampment ordinances that currently exist in cities like Oakland, which is nearby, perhaps Los Angeles, and any other city regionally that the city attorney's office would like to take a look at. I would like to have a discussion among the council. It's a discussion to go over some of these policies that are legal and existing in other places. And so if there are no objections, I'd like for that to come back before the July recess for discussion. And I will be in contact with our city attorney's office to go over these ordinances that already exist in other cities. With a virtual raised hand here, I do want to have a healthy conversation. Councilmember Fan on the Zoom, please.
I don't want to speak too much on the matter since it's not agendized, but I would like to voice my dissent to the proposal.
We have a dissent to the encampment ordinance restrictive future agenda item request from myself. We have a dissent to the encampment ordinance near actually schools, libraries, and daycares. Next up, we have Council Member Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Question, did you write a memo? I'm failing to understand the goal, or maybe you could tell us what is the goal of this ordinance?
I have just stated it. Next question.
Can you please restate it? Thank you.
I will
What
not
is the
say it
goal?
again.
Well, what's the
Next
purpose
question.
of this? What's the purpose?
I have no further information. Any further comment?
Yes, so you're bringing forward an idea with no further information. Did you write a memo?
I have no further information.
So you have no research, no further information on this.
Do you support or oppose?
Point of clarification, yes or no? Do you have any additional research, a memo, anything that supports what you are bringing forward?
This is a direction for the city attorney's office. I have no further comment.
So you're stating no position, no yes or no?
This item will come back for discussion.
Again, I'm asking, do you have any further research, a memo, or anything else? What is the goal of this program or proposal?
I have no further information for you. Next question.
What is the goal?
Is there any objection?
What is the goal?
Okay, we're moving forward. Okay, any further
What is the goal?
requests, announcements, or future agenda items? Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment on the solar panels that are in front of the senior center. I drive there frequently, maybe 3 times a week, and they're coming along really great. And I have gotten some comments from the public that they're really pleased that the city's putting solar paneling there. And I'm anticipating that hopefully in the future we can put them at our other city facilities, for example, the maintenance yard, police department. So they're coming along beautifully, and I've gotten some really good comments from the public. So I'm glad that we're moving in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up with the request, Council Member Chua. Oh,
Sorry, Mayor.
you're
Thank
okay.
you, Mayor Tran.
Just happy you're in the building.
I know, I forgot. For future agenda items, I would like to request our executive team for our city to lead a regional forum of the different police chiefs around the area to address neighborhood safety, including businesses, residents, everybody. So it's been mentioned to me actually by Mayor Tran that there is a regular meeting of police chiefs around our area. So we can do it at the beginning of that meeting or at the end of that meeting. I think that would be great. And I look for the PIO to lead this and not the police department. That's my request.
Yeah, definitely. It's a great request. And we'll start with the city manager. Fantastic. Okay. Very good. Very good. Let's see here. Are there any further announcements or future agenda items? Let's move this meeting along, folks. We got a lot to do tonight. Super high quality agenda, and it's going to feel great once we get a lot of this work done. Moving on here, announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. Seth?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, I'm going to address you one at a time. If there's been any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda, Mayor Tran?
None.
Vice Mayor Montano?
Let me get the, okay.
None.
None. And Councilmember Fan?
We'll have to get your microphone, Councilmember Fan.
None.
None, thank you. And Councilmember Dominguez
None.
and Councilmember Chua.
None.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, members of the council, please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more within the last 12 months from any parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda, or contributions received from project applicants or projects on tonight's agenda. Mayor Tran.
None.
Vice Mayor Montano.
None.
None. The council member Fan.
None.
Council member Dominguez
None.
and Council member Chua.
You'll have to press your button, Councilmember Chua. I can't do anything until you press it. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Yeah, I know it's been a couple months since we've been back up in here, right? So shake the cobwebs. Yeah, we're good. All right. Thank you very much, staff. And I'll move on here to reading of the City Council Code of Conduct. I'll go ahead and read it. Be respectful and courteous, words, tone, and body language. Model civility, avoid surprises, praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issues, not the person, or refrain from using electronic device on the council desk. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy decisions. Respect the line between policy and administration, and council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. Thank you very much. Moving on here to the approval of the agenda. I would like to move item number 16. Item number 16. That's the end of the agenda, folks. Item number 16, I'd like to move it right up to the front following the approval of the consent calendar. I hope I don't hear any objections. Next up, we have Councilmember Chua.
I second.
Okay, we have a second to approve the agenda after I moved it. I see no further virtual raised hands. We'll move to approve the agenda. We'll go to the vote. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself as an aye. The agenda is approved. Moving on to consent calendar. I think we have a fine consent calendar tonight. Perhaps we may not need to pull any items, folks, if you hear me. But I'll look for any requests from the council. No virtual raised hands. I don't see any here at the dais. I'll move to approve the consent calendar as is. Need a second.
Second.
We got a second from Councilmember Chua. We'll go to the vote. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself as an aye. The consent calendar is approved. And we'll go to item number 16. Let's consider resolution to adopt draft goals and performance measures to provide a framework for evaluating potential city participation in middle-income workforce housing projects, and consider proposal to convert the Turing apartments to low, median, and moderate income housing with housing bonds from the California Statewide Communities Development Authority, Community Improvement Authority. And we'll go to our Assistant City Manager, Ashwini Kantak, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Ashwini Kantak, Assistant City Manager. If we could just have the presentation up, please. So I'm joined by Lauren Lai, our Finance Director, Sharon Goey, our Building Safety and Housing Director, Hanson Home, our Senior Specials Project Associate, Seth Merowitz, who's with you tonight, was a key part of the team. We also have Anshu Reardon from Filman Rollup joining us. She'll be presenting a few slides. And Debbie Kern from Kaiser Marston and Associates may be able to join us in a bit. And then we also have the Turing project team, and they will be making a separate presentation as well to the council. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So here is an outline of the staff presentation tonight. I'll start with a brief background and overview of the project. The discussion will then be focused on two key areas: proposed goals and performance measures for council consideration that will apply to the Turing project as well as any future similar projects. And then the second part of the discussion is really specific to the Turing project proposal, the results from the bond documents review, and our recommended amendments to the proposed public benefit agreement. And then I will close out with fiscal impacts and staff recommendations. Next slide, please. Next. So here's a quick snapshot of the project under discussion. This project is located on McCandless Drive and is a high-end apartment complex with some very nice amenities. 371 apartment units with a mix of studios to 3 bedrooms with rents ranging from approximately $2,500 to $5,500 a month. Next slide, please. And then as we've discussed before, the project concept is that the CSCDA JPA, the Joint Powers Authority, is able to buy this property with tax-exempt financing, save on property taxes, and use those savings to reduce rents for income-eligible households. In terms of actions required from the city is required to become a member of CSCDA or the authority as we're referring to it. This does not require any financial contribution. We do enter into a public benefit agreement with this authority for this specific project. And then the project team itself is part of other separate agreements, a regulatory agreement, as well as other agreements, and the city is not a signatory to those other agreements. Next slide, please. And so in the next 2 slides, we will review income eligibility and who will qualify for rent reduction. So eligibility is based on what is known as area median income, or AMI. This project will be using higher income limits set by the California Tax Credit Allocation Committee, or CTCAC. Currently, a 2-person household would qualify if their total annual household income is between about $106,000 and $159,000. And most affordable housing programs in the state are aligned with income limits that are set by the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD. So if you use the HCD limits, a 2-person household would qualify if the income for that household annual income was between about $94,000 and $145,000. So the difference is about 10 to 13% range. Next slide, please. And then the rents themselves, the maximum allowable rents, are also calculated based on household income. And since the CSCDA program uses higher income limits, it can charge higher rents. It also calculates the maximum allowable rents a little bit differently. HCD includes utility costs in the 30% max of household income, and CSCDA does not. And so again, you can see kind of the difference between maximum allowable rents for the different income levels for the proposed Turing project based on CSCDA limits used and the HCD limits, and it ranges from about 16 to 22%. Next slide, please. And so prior council direction on this, so we have discussed this project with council in September as well as November. And 4 key areas were discussed, including affordability, financial considerations, what level of capital investment is put in the project, and then also transparency and oversight. So basically, what role does the city have to play? In November, the project team proposed a local preference policy, which the council was interested in. So that's something we've been working with the team on. They also wanted us to council wanted us to come back with cash flow projections and an analysis of the bond documents, which we will be presenting to you today. And then there were some additional concerns related to the capital investment and the city's role in terms of monitoring and oversight. Funding for additional staff and consultant work was to be provided by the project team, which it was since November. Next slide, please. So as you can see, since the November council meeting, the staff and project team have been working together closely to address previously identified areas of concerns, review the draft goals and performance measures, and complete the financial review of the bond documents. Next slide, please. So these are some of the key proposal changes since November. The project team has agreed to increase the host fee to fully backfill city property taxes and property taxes in lieu of vehicle license fees. And this will not be done upfront, but will be done on an annual basis. We believe we had agreement in having this annual host fee paid in advance of authority and project administrator fees. You see that as the second bullet. The project team did send a letter today that may have caused some confusion. So we hope we can get some additional clarification during their presentation as to whether they are in agreement on this. They did agree to language addressing city liability, but not an indemnification clause. This is an area of concern because this allows for the possibility of the city being named in a lawsuit related to the project, even though we're not party to the bond issuance. The next two bullets are items which the project team has reversed their position on since November. They are no longer agreeing to city approval authority for any debt refinancing. Again, an area of concern since the city will have no say if the project restructures the bond deal in any way. It could impact the bond term and the value of the asset as it's handed over to the city. They are also no longer going to pay an annual monitoring fee to cover ongoing staff administrative costs. As you may recall, they had included this in their proposal, about $37,000 a year. The next bullet, we believe we had agreement on this item. Again, we looked for clarification in their presentation based on the letter they sent today. This is related to the city's obligation, if any, to other taxing entities. We had not envisioned the city to reimburse other taxing entities at the end of the bond term. We want to make sure there's no ambiguity in the language in the PBA. And then other previously identified additional areas of concern have not been addressed. And we recognize that we did not have agreement on these. And this is related to deepening the affordability to align with HCD limits, as well as a more robust enforcement role for the city. That has not been addressed. Next slide, please. Next. So as I mentioned at the start of the presentation, this will be done in two sections. This one is more global, talking about goals and performance measures that could apply to this project, as well as similar future projects. Again, these goals are organized around the same four areas we've been discussing with you: affordability, financial considerations, what kind of investments are made in the asset, and then the city's role in terms of oversight and enforcement. And we started out with our discussions in November as a baseline, and we've kind of expanded those more, fleshed them out more, and also incorporated the recommendations from the bond analysis. Next slide, please. So this is the affordability goals related to affordability, and we are proposing 5 affordability goals. They're intended to require affordability through the term of the entire bond period, limit rent increases, ensure that existing tenants will not be displaced, provide affordable housing to Milpitas residents and employees. And then staff is also recommending that a goal be to require the project to qualify for a full or partial RENA credit. We recognize that this does not apply to the project before you today, but we would recommend that we have this as a goal for future projects. Next slide, please. Under financial considerations, we are proposing 6 goals related to this and risk levels. So these include qualifications of the project team, evaluation of the proposals to ensure alignment with the adopted goals and measures, as well as financial viability. An important goal is to have no loss of property tax revenues for the city. And then a key goal related to risk is that the city have approval authority for any refinancing or restructuring of debt. Next slide, please. In the area of capital investment, we've kept it pretty simple. The goal is to ensure that capital needs over the entire bond term are identified and frequently, and that they're adequately funded. And then with regards to transparency and oversight, the goal would be for the city to have enforcement authority and receive regular performance reports. Projects should also comply with best practices related to management of the property. Now, all of these goals have performance metrics associated with them, and they are included in your agenda packet. Next slide, please. Now we're going to move to the section of the presentation that's specific to this project. So we're going to the Turing project proposal, a review of the bond documents, and I'm going to hand it over to Anshu Reardon from Fielman Roller to walk us through the next few slides.
Good
Thank
evening. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Unju Bearden, and I'm a
Welcome.
Senior Vice
Just want to say
President.
welcome.
Thank you. I'm a Senior Vice President at Fieldman Rollup and Associates. Fieldman is a municipal advisory firm serving cities, counties, special districts, and schools districts throughout California. We have been the city's municipal advisor since 2014, assisting the city with bond transaction and non-transaction related projects, with the most recent project being the review of the city's energy efficiency projects and the sale of the related bonds to fund those projects, as well as the new fire station in 2020. In terms of my professional background, I have over 20 years of experience serving in the capacity as bond underwriter and municipal advisor for California public agencies. As a municipal advisor, we have a fiduciary role to our clients, and a key part of our role and services is to provide independent reviews of bond cash flows that are presented to our clients from bond underwriting firms. In terms of the Turing project, Fieldman was hired to review the bond cash flows as provided by the Turing team's bond underwriter, Goldman Sachs, and to provide our findings within the context of the city's potential financial risks. So our key findings of our review are highlighted in the next couple of slides. The first finding are the unusually high bond fees paid up front from bond proceeds, as well as the high ongoing fees paid from the project cash flow. In terms of the upfront fees, the city will receive no upfront fees, as highlighted in the table on the slide. The Turing team will receive approximately $16.3 million, or approximately 5.38% of the total principal amount issued of $303 million. And by way of comparison, typical upfront fees for investment grade rated municipal bonds generally do not exceed 2%. And for the city's most recent lease revenue bonds that were sold in 2020, the bond issuance fees equaled approximately 1.88% of the total principal amount issued. The ongoing fees charged by the Turing team are also very high, starting in year one at approximately $916,000. The city will receive its initial host fee in year one, and that's approximately $362,000. And it will escalate by 2% in each year through the final term of the bond. But we highlight the high upfront and the ongoing fees as a risk to the city because they limit the project cash flows and the flexibility in the cash flows to withstand a scenario that doesn't produce the optimistic 3% rental growth projections that's currently projected in the Turing model. Next slide, please. The second risk is the estimated pay down of the bond principal. As proposed by the Turing team, bond principal is paid only to the extent there are excess revenues in each year. So what this means is that after the city's host fee, bond interest payment fees, payments to the Turing team, and other expenses are paid, principal is paid. So principal is at the very bottom of the revenue waterfall. So to the extent there are insufficient or no revenues, principal is deferred. Principal is currently structured with very little principal to be paid in the early years of the financing. For example, in the first 10 years of the financing, 4% is estimated to be paid down. And by year 15, 10% of the principal is expected to be paid down, which makes it financially infeasible for the city to exercise its sale right in year 15. By way of comparison, for investment grade rated financings, Standard & Poor's favors bond financing structured with 50% of principal paid within the first 10 years. Fieldman ran a stress test on the Turing model, assuming a more prudent rental growth rate assumption of 2%, which is the recommended rate provided to the city by its consultant, Kaiser Marston. Under the 2% scenario, revenues would be insufficient to pay down principal as projected, leaving approximately 40 to 50% of bond principal unpaid, at the end of the 35-year financing term. Next slide, please. So I've touched on the risk of the cash flows in the earlier slides, but I would like to reiterate that the cash flows do not allow any room for any deviation from the current revenue assumptions of 3%. And what this means is that any downturn in the economy or softening in the rental housing market will negatively impact the ability to pay down principal as well as other expenses. Our last finding is the city's debt management policy, which provides guidance to the city on the issuance of bonds to utilize conservative financing methods to protect the city's taxpayers and constituents. Recognizing that the city is not a direct party to the bond issuance, we wanted to highlight that the proposed bond issue would not pass the city's debt management policy. So the high bond issuance and ongoing fees, the uncertainty in the deferred principal pay down, and the optimistic cash flow assumptions are not conservative financing methods impose risk to the city in terms of financial feasibility of the Turing project to the city.
Okay, thank you, Anshu. If we could have the next slide, please. Next. So now this section, I'll talk about the public benefit agreement and the proposed amendments. So the public benefit agreement is proposed by the project team that covers the term of the bond. The PBA also defines the city's right to sell the property. It talks about the conveyance of the property and then the roles of the city and the project team. We have proposed several amendments to the PBA to address alignment with our proposed goals and performance measures, and then to address these previously identified areas of concern, as well as the recommendations in Fielman Roll-up's report. So in your agenda packet, attachment 7 includes a resolution and a PBA with our proposed amendments. And the agreement basically notes our proposed deletions and additions, and highlights areas we have not been able to reach agreement on. The additions are areas that we have reached verbal agreement on, or at least we believe we had. Again, the letter sent today creates some confusion about that, and we hopefully can get some clarification from the project team. Because the letter that they sent referred to attachment 6 in your packet, which does not have some of the terms we thought we had verbal agreement on. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So under affordability considerations, you can see that we have noted 6 different areas, basically to deepen affordability, aligning with HCD income and rent limits, and requiring city approval of rent increases. The project team has declined these amendments. So 1 through 4, the project team has declined. We have also included language about rent reductions and local preference policy. Both of these were initially proposed by the project team, and they have agreed to items 5 and 6. Although on 6, we do not have program details yet, nor do we have agreement on incorporating it into the PBA, which, as I noted earlier, is the only contractual document we have with them. And their letter today also notes, their revised proposal notes that this would only apply to employees of Milpitas schools. Next slide, please. This just again shows you kind of a comparison of the Turing and HCD maximum rents and ties it back to our recommendations about deepening affordability. Next slide, please. And then these are amendments that we had proposed in terms of city revenues. So the project team is in agreement on item 1. We believe we had a verbal agreement on item 2, which is basically requiring that the host fee be paid in advance of the administrative fees. So again, we'll look forward to clarification from the project team on this during their presentation. And then item 3 is what we're calling an infrastructure fee. And basically, this is what makes the city whole in terms of the community facilities district fees that the project currently has to pay. And again, this is something that we thought we had verbal agreement on, but we would like this to be memorialized in the public benefit agreement so that we can make sure that this is a contractual term that is in agreement. Next slide, please. Now, the financial risk, this is an area of concern for the city because the project team has declined all of the amendments designed to mitigate risk and protect the city. So key ones include progressive payment of the principal as noted by Anshu. Also the indemnification protection, so number 4 on here, which would basically have the city be vulnerable to any kind of lawsuits in the future. And number 5, which is really key, is the city's approval to refinance or restructure, because if the city did not have any approval authority and there was restructuring of the debt, this would really impact the value of the asset at the end of the term of the bond. Next slide, please. On this level of capital investment, the project team has agreed to do a conditions assessment prior to conveying the property to the city, but the city has asked for more frequent assessments and, more importantly, replenishing reserves based on those assessments, and then also making sure that when the asset is handed over to the city, it is in good condition with repairs and capital improvements completed. The project team does not agree to 2, 3, and 4, and the language currently is that the property will be conveyed to us in an as-is condition. Next slide. Again, this is the financial piece and the transparency and oversight piece, I think, are the biggest areas of concern and risk for the city. So the project team has declined to incorporate the city's proposed amendments related to the area of transparency and oversight. This does present future risk to the city in case things don't work out as planned in terms of cash flow, property maintenance and management, as well as affordability. Although the project team has agreed to provide annual reports, and that is great in terms of transparency, it's important to note that the city will not have the ability to require any remedies to address these issues. And then again, as I noted earlier, they will not be paying this annual, so number 3, the annual monitoring fee of about $37,000, probably because they believe that the city shouldn't have any kind of real administrative costs since we won't have an active monitoring and enforcement role. Next slide, please. So this is a summary of all the outstanding areas of concern that we have not been able to reach agreement on. I do want to take a moment to recognize that the project team has funded staff and consultant work and worked with us collaboratively on several important items, such as the host fee since we last met. We understand that the city's proposed amendments may not work for their program structure and or may not pencil out financially for the project. However, seen from the city's perspective, there still remain several areas for the council to consider in terms of future risks to the city. Also, as mentioned earlier, items such as a potential obligation to pay other taxing entities could have material financial implications for the city if indeed the team is not agreeing to that amendment language. Next slide, please. So we will now wrap up with fiscal impacts and staff recommendations. If you could go to the next slide. So again, to recap, city host fee project will fully backfill property tax and property tax in lieu of vehicle license fees with a 2% annual increase. So we've noted for this fiscal year, that's about $361,000. The city infrastructure fee, which is again intended to make the city whole for the CFD fee, that's a special tax. And again, for this fiscal year, that's about $275,000. This one we do not have complete agreement on, so we will be looking for that from the project team. The city will continue to receive property taxes for the retail portion of the property. That's not part of this deal. Again, we will incur ongoing administrative costs depending on what we can agree to in terms of an oversight role. And then, as you've heard from Anshu and in our staff report, we are concerned about some of the projections, the fact that there will not be the bond principal will not be paid down to a large extent, and we may not have any control on the condition of the property. Next slide, please. So this is the fiscal impact on other taxing entities. And this is the project team has provided us with the following information related to the fiscal impact. This is not something that has been independently vetted by the city team. So the total property tax impact for other taxing entities about $80 million, or approximately $2.3 million per year. And the taxing entities include the county and special districts such as Valley Water, Bay Area Air Quality Management District. Milpitas Unified School District, we have been told that the state may likely backfill the lost property taxes. So for this fiscal year, that's about $716,000. However, San Jose Evergreen Community College District is what's known as a basic aid district. And so state will not backfill those taxes. That's about $116,000 for this fiscal year. And then general obligation bonds. So bonds that maybe MUSD or others have taken that this property is currently paying towards. Since the property won't be paying those taxes, other entities in that taxing territory will have to kind of backfill to make up the loss. And that's about $370,000 for this fiscal year. Next slide, please. So again, our recommendations are two-part. One of them is considering these draft goals and performance measures. We'd ask council to consider adopting a resolution with these goals and performance measures that will provide a framework both for this project, but also for future projects. And then the next recommendation, if we can go to the next slide, please, is specific to the Turing Apartments bond proposal. So consider the proposal that's been submitted, and we have a resolution in your packet, which is attachment 7. And again, like I mentioned, that includes our recommended amendments to the PBA. So we are asking council to adopt a resolution with those amendments, but we know that the project team is not in agreement with all of those. And so at this point, this is going to be a policy discussion for the council in terms of what you would like to move forward with. But we just wanted to make sure that we were including amendments that addressed all of the areas of concern we've discussed so far. And that wraps up our presentation. Happy to take questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our Assistant City Manager, Ashwini Kantak. I love agenda items like this. I want to welcome our project team. Come on up. I want to give you the podium for a response or rebuttal to our staff recommendations. Come on up. I think now would be a great time for the project team. Yeah.
Mayor Tran.
Oh, okay. Hey, there you are. Okay, perfect. There. Welcome, Sean.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. And I'm actually in the chambers, but I'm presenting virtually. But thank you for allowing us to present, and thank you, City Council. I've provided city staff with a presentation. Thank you. If you don't mind going to the first slide. Perfect. Well, first off, let me just start by saying I want to thank the council and staff. You know, we first started working on this process with the city, believe it or not, in March of last year. So 11 months. And what's been phenomenal about this program, and there's been references to this being a new financing structure, or an untested financing structure, but I just want to provide the breadth and the gravity of this program. Is that over the last 18 months, there's been 50 transactions in this program, totaling over almost $8 billion of bond issuances, providing nearly 15,000 units of affordable housing in what we refer to as the essential housing space. And when you think about that in the context of a typical affordable housing bond issuance year in the state of California, there's typically about $3.5 billion of bonds issued each year to provide affordable housing in the state of California. And we're highly impacted with getting bond allocation to build traditional affordable, what we refer to as tax credit projects. And so this program has been unlike anything that we've ever seen. And the scale that we're now able to provide affordable housing is pretty phenomenal. I do want to make one more comment prior to jumping into my presentation, and wanted to say that we have a tremendous amount of respect for everyone on this presentation that's been part of the city's team. I do want to say that Fieldman typically does analysis on traditional non-housing related items. So I think some of the stats that were presented in their presentation, and we did not have a chance to review it, were more in the context of what I would say are non-housing related bond issuances specific to infrastructure and to school bonds. So I don't think it's an apples to apples comparison when you look at those types of bond structures. And more to the point as well, is typically a fieldman would be engaged if the city were issuing bonds. But in this instance, the city's not issuing bonds and have no liability to this bond issuance, which we'll touch on in a later slide. But we have a tremendous amount of respect for fieldmen, but I just wanted to make that clarification. So real quick, we've presented now, I think this is the fourth or fifth city council meeting. So I know some of this is redundant, but our project team is Waterford Property Company. We're the largest essential housing project administrator in the state of California, with over 4,000 units and $2.5 billion of bonds issued in the essential housing program in partnership with CSCDA. We work with Goldman Sachs, who's our bond underwriter, and we work with Greystar, who's the largest property management firm in the world. And so they provide a best-in-class operating platform for us, and they're extremely well trained and up to speed in the nuances, if you will, of operating income restricted essential housing projects. Next slide, please. The purpose of this program, I know that we get into the minutia and the nuances of the finances of this program, but before we jump back into that, and we do have that in our presentation as well, I really want to revert back to the purpose of this program. The purpose of this program is to provide housing for what we refer to as essential workers or the missing middle. And what that is households that are making between 60 and 120% of the area median income. We're buying a market rate asset. We're recording a regulatory agreement on the asset, and we're restricting those rents on average on a weighted basis, 13%, declining in the first year. And then we're putting a rent caps on there that essentially say that rents will not go up more than 4%. When you think of that, when you're able to essentially acquire an asset like Turing, which is a beautiful Class A asset and income restrict it and make it affordable to our essential workers, which includes teachers, librarians, bank tellers, first responders, medical workers, civil servants. It's a pretty phenomenal program, and I just don't want to lose sight of that, because we've jumped into the nuances of the financing, which candidly, we don't think that it was presented in the most accurate form, but we will touch on that later. Next slide, please. Here's an example of the projects that just Waterford has done in the last year. As you can see, this is this provides a strong breadth of the types of projects that we've acquired using this type of financing. And so, this is a well accepted form of financing, and we've done this now on 15 separate transactions, as I mentioned previously, totaling $2.5 billion of total bond issuances. Next slide, please. This again just reverts back to the key demographic that we're going after, which again, as I mentioned, is that missing middle. So we don't have to spend too much time on this slide, but I did want to just make sure that we aren't losing sight of what the purpose of this program is and what our project proposal is here to address. Next slide, please. So one of the things I really want to focus on is the process that we've gone through on this project in partnership with the city has been by and far the longest process that we've that we've gone through to try and get one of these projects approved. In addition to the multiple public meetings, we've done community outreach, we've talked to the existing tenants, and we've tried to address every conceivable comment that still creates a workable structure in the context of our bond offering. And to be candid, I'm extremely proud of our team and very thankful for the Lion team, because this has been a true partnership. And I will tell you that we've engaged the stakeholders and we've tried to be as amenable to comments that we've provided, but still have a workable project. And I'll address on a later slide that some of the comments that we've gotten, we've tried to push our bond investors as hard as possible to accept some of the provisions, but there's just certain items that are not acceptable to our bond investors, which I'll touch on. But I just wanted to make sure that we, hit on the amount of time and the resources that we've spent reaching out to all the key stakeholders in this process. Next slide, please. So to recap our proposal, what we're proposing to do is to acquire Turing and restrict 40% of the units at 60 to 80% AMI rents, 20% of the units at 81 to 100% AMI rents, and then 40% and 101 to 120% AMI rents. We've agreed to minimum discounts of 12, 10, and 8%, but candidly, our underwriting exceeds that. One of the questions has come up, can we put that into the regulatory agreement? Our bond investors, we've gone round and round with them, and these are the most sophisticated bond investors in the world. As I mentioned, there's $8 billion market in the last 18 months to buy these bonds. So it shows you the demand, but these are the most sophisticated investors in the world when it comes to these types of bonds. That there's just certain things that they will not agree to. And so they've agreed to our underwriting, but they will not agree to the discounts in the regulatory agreement on top of what we've already agreed to, which is the 40% at 60 to 80, 20% at 81 to 100, and 40 at 101 to 120. So that said, there's no financial incentive for us to raise the rents to higher levels. And the key reason for that is because we do not participate in any of the cash flows. So unlike a traditional affordable housing project where the developer would participate in the cash flows if the rents went up, we do not do that. We get fixed fees for running these assets, and candidly, the only beneficiary to actually raising the rents at the asset would be the city, because that would mean that we're paying down the bonds in an expedited time frame. And so I just want to key in on that, is that there's no financial incentive for us to raise the rents above what is in the regulatory agreement, because we've gone round and round with city staff on that point. We've had our project underwriter, Goldman Sachs, weigh in on this, and I just want to hammer home the point that we've agreed to as much as we can within the context of still having a financeable deal. Next slide, please. So to summarize the community benefits of our project, the city has what I would say is a monumental decision tonight. You have the ability to approve a large, what I would say, beautiful asset, Class A asset in your city, and really within the context of in the next 60 days, be able to provide 371 units of moderate income restricted housing, where normally it would take you 5 years to be able to provide a project of this size, if that, and potentially longer if you're going through TCAC and SIDLAC for tax credits and bond allocation. But through this program, the city could approve the project tonight. We could close on the bonds and close on the asset in the next 60 days. And you would have 371 units of Class A middle income workforce housing in your city that would provide long-term housing security for not only the existing tenants that qualify into the program, but future generations of Milpitas residents. And when you think about that, it's pretty phenomenal to have that opportunity. And then more to the point, once the bonds are paid off, the city becomes the financial beneficiary of a fully paid off asset that you can at that point monetize through a sale or bring in a nonprofit partner and keep it as affordable housing. But at the end of the day, it's fully up to your or future council's discretion what to do with that asset. And I will tell you that, there's very few cities that get this opportunity. And I think this is a pretty monumental opportunity for you tonight. Next slide, please. So one of the things that I wanted to bring up, because I know it's been touched on in previous presentations as well as tonight, and this is a key factor. The city has no liability in this transaction. You are not a party to the bond issuance. There's a reason why the city's not named in the regulatory agreement. That's to keep you out of harm's way. The best way to think about this transaction is that CSCDA, which is our joint powers authority partner, is holding the asset in trust, shielding the city from all liability. And then once the bonds are paid off, essentially handing it back to you and giving you the option to either monetize it, keep it, do whatever you want with it. But there is no liability and there's no financial liability. It's been mentioned that, well, what happens if in the event of a default? Well, before we get to that point, we're making you whole for all tax losses. And the way it's written in the public benefits agreement is that the city's position is senior to the bondholders. Excuse me. So what that means is that all tax backfill is being paid out of operating expenses, so that the city's paid first on all tax losses before the bond investors are paid. So from a financial risk standpoint, you're essentially losing no revenue because it's being paid back through operating expenses, and you're getting affordable housing. I know there's been discussion in terms of the bond assumptions, the underwriting assumptions. Well, I would tell you that the most sophisticated investors in the world are buying these bonds, and they've bought over $8 billion of these bonds in the last 18 months. As much as, I would tell you that your staff has been great and they've analyzed this, I would tell you that these are very sophisticated bond investors, and I can tell you that they've analyzed it more than your staff has. And if they didn't like this type of bond issuance, they wouldn't be buying $8 billion of it. Next slide, please. So the last point I want to make is that in the staff report, there's an exhibit A, and there was 14 points. And I think that there was some disagreement because this was really the guidance that was provided at the last council meeting. And I want this council and the mayor to know that we have bent over backwards to comply with all 14 points, that still in the context of having a financeable project. So for instance, number one, rents set below market rate in Milpitas. Well, staff has said we don't comply. We would disagree and show you that in our underwriting, we've accounted for the rent discounts that they've asked. As previously stated, if we put that into the regulatory agreement, our bond investors have said that they won't buy the bonds. So that would be an unfinanceable condition, but we've still accounted for it in our underwriting. In terms of 2, 3, and 4, again, these are just issues that we've gone round and round on. The HCD rents, candidly, number 2, most tax credit deals don't use HCD rents. We build tax credit projects, we use TCAC rents. And so to say that, that this project doesn't have public benefit because we're not using HCD rents, would say that tax credit projects that don't use HCD rents don't have public benefit. That's just disingenuous. So in that's a non-financeable condition. Number 3, capital improvements covered through 35 years. We've shown a PCA that shows $17.8 million of recommended capital improvements over the first 35 years. And we've accounted for that in our underwriting. So I'm not quite sure where staff's coming from saying that we haven't complied with that. But we've done as much as we can. Refinancing subject to city approval. In our requested motion, we've added some additional language that I'll touch on later in my presentation. But we have pushed that issue as far as we can. But effectively, what we're agreeing to do is to put provisions in the public benefit agreement that states that that there's a lockout for all refinance provisions for the first 10 years. We've previously stated, but we're putting language in there that says that the project team and CSCDA is not the recipient of any of the refinance proceeds. So there's no financial incentive to refinance the asset. The only reason you would refinance the asset is for one of two reasons. One, you're able to achieve cheaper financing, so a cheaper bond yield. And two, in the event of a catastrophic capital needs improvement, that you would issue bonds. But in that event, again, that would be the only reason you would do that, is to preserve the asset and to protect the city's financial interest in the asset. There's no other reason you would refinance this asset. Next slide, please. Number 5, the city's authority to enforce affordability standards. Again, we have provided language that states that we're happy to provide as frequent reporting as the city would like. Typically, we do annual, we do fully audited financials. We offered property conditions assessments every 10 years. We can do those every 5 years, and that's actually in our recommended motion. We're requesting that we add that. We are your partner, and we will be as transparent. We'll be fully transparent. There's just certain things that the bond investors will not agree to as it relates to the regulatory agreement. And candidly, if the city's named in the regulatory agreement, that makes you a party to the transaction. That does provide potential liability. As it relates to number 6, annual report confirming affordability compliance, we've agreed to that. 7, we've agreed to that. 8, this is a pretty amorphous statement that our cash flows are not conservative enough. So to be candid, we would not be doing this project if there wasn't demand from investors. Investors would not be investing in this project if they didn't think that our cash flow assumptions provided a financeable deal, or more to the point, a feasible deal. Number 9, bond advisor to analyze exposure. We've agreed to that. 10, submittal tenant selection plan. What we've provided a property condition assessment. We've provided a pro forma. We own over 4,000 units in this program, and the way it works is that any tenant that shows up that's income qualified, that is either a party to, if there's local preference language, they would get selected first, but anyone that income qualifies would get selected to live here. So I'm not quite sure what we can do beyond marketing plan and leasing plan, because we've provided that background. Number 11, submittal of annual financials and management reports. We've agreed to that. Number 12, delineation of roles of city and project team. We've agreed to that. Our role, we're project administrator, so we oversee all the compliance, we oversee the asset management, we oversee the financials, and we work with Greystar, who's, as I mentioned earlier, they're the largest property management team in the world. So I think that when it comes to a best-in-class team, there's not a team out there that's more experienced in this space than we are. Last slide, please. So 13 and 14, city enforcement abilities, remedies, and consequences for items 6, 7, 10, 11, and 12. I would tell you that we've agreed to everything that still provides for a financeable project. And what city staff asked for just is not acceptable to our bond investors. And candidly, the city shouldn't want that because that puts you in harm's way. And so we said no to that, but we've provided as much comfort and security as we can to show that we will be completely transparent with the city when it comes to financials, property condition assessments, but there's just certain things that the bond investors won't agree to as it relates to the regulatory agreement. And then the last slide, city property tax and VLF backfill. Well, again, as previously stated, the city's position of the backfill of property tax is senior to the bond investors. So I'm not quite sure how we can go above and beyond that. City staff has said that we don't comply. And I think the reason they said that is that we haven't guaranteed the backfill of all taxes. But candidly, we can't. So, but what we've done is said that you're going to be paid before the bond investors get paid. And so you're in a senior position, which is exactly how we've structured it with multiple other cities. And that's all worked for them. And they've agreed to that. So we think that this is a very equitable and very sound structure to this deal. So the last slide, if you don't mind, next slide, please. What we've asked, and so there's been a little discrepancy, but Ashwini, and she can attest to this because I emailed her earlier this evening, and Hanson. What we are asking the council to do tonight is to move forward with a motion to approve a resolution to join the California Statewide Communities Development Improvement Authority. So to opt in to the Joint Powers Authority. And there was some back and forth with staff earlier today. So, and I provided my language via email to Hanson and Ashwini. What we're asking is for the council to adopt the attachment 7 in the staff report, with the exception of striking the yellow highlighted language as highlighted by the city attorney in the staff report, and then accepting our proposed language for bond refinancing provisions as laid out in this slide, and more frequent property needs assessments as highlighted in this last bullet point. Again, this has been provided to your staff via email. So if in the event of a motion, I would ask that we use that language that we provided to your staff. With that, I close my comments and just want to say thank you for the time to be able to present to you this evening. This has been a long 11-month process. We're excited to be here. I think this will be an unbelievable opportunity for the city to provide 371 units of income restricted affordable housing. And it's a project that we're really hoping that you realize what an amazing opportunity this is. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Sean. And we'll do a time check here. We're going to run a really tight ship tonight, folks. It's 8:51, and that would be 20:51 military time if my addition is not too off. So thank you very much, Sean, for the information. I love hearing from everybody. It certainly is a round table. We're going straight to public comment. Public comment is 1 minute tonight. Yes, come on up. If you'd like to speak, you can prepare yourself and come on up. Public comment. Welcome, sir. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Bob Livengood. I'm here tonight representing Lion Living, and I've been here before, one previous meeting to speak with you. In my 1 minute, I just want to say two things. Number one is that I have worked with development companies, as you folks all know, for 10 years now since I left office in 2010. And I can tell you that at every turn, these folks at Lion Living have tried to give the city every single concession that they've asked for. The only ones that they have not been able to give you are ones that the bond council is telling them, if you do that, this deal will not be, we will not be able to sell bonds. The second thing I'm impressed with what Lion Living has done. They've done everything they can. The second thing I want to tell you is that at some point there was some concern about the value of the property at some point. Milpitas real estate, it goes up and up and up. There's no question about that. It's going to be a solid investment and you won't have to worry about what happens 30 years from now. The properties are worth a lot more than it is today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, come on up, folks. Don't keep us waiting. All right, 1 minute, 1 minute. Welcome. Name, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Peter Zach, Managing Partner with Lion Living. Thanks again for the opportunity to be here tonight before you again to kind of work through all these open issues that we've been talking about. We've been developing here in the city for almost 15 years, and we're very proud of everything we've built in the city and the quality of the product that we've delivered and the experience we deliver to the residents who live here in Milpitas. We are very excited about this opportunity to take what we think is the highest quality residential community in the city and convert it to affordable housing. And again, like Sean talked about in his presentation, we don't want to lose sight of that. And as evidenced by everything that Sean talked about today and what Bob just said, including even as late as today, adding additional things to try to compromise and try to get to a place where, the city feels comfortable with this. We feel like we've stretched it.
Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Let's keep it going. Mr. Montemure, come on up. We're running really tight shit tonight. Really tight ship tonight. Come on, please.
Yeah, thank you. I've heard the presenter, the beloved owner, the two speakers. Yes, it's very competitive. And in a way, we'll consider the place is Milpitas mainly, and considering the conversion to low, median, and moderate income housing. So it should be the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I got Fernando. Are you here, Fernando? Come on.
Fernando will be next.
Okay. Kyle Fernando. Yeah.
Yep, thank you. Mayor, council members, I wanted to address one thing that Sean didn't cover in his presentation because it's a commitment on behalf of Lion Living and not a commitment on behalf of Waterford or CSCDA. But Vice Mayor Montano, I know you've brought up the need for childcare specifically at the Fields, which is a urban walkable development. We've spent a number of hours and time and resources on vetting those different operators. I sent you an email today. I'll give it to the city clerk so she can put it in the record. But we're having a really good conversation with an operator that wants 8,000 square feet in the ground floor retail space at Turing. We'll continue those negotiations. We have an LOI in place with them, space plan. We're really far down the road. We're really excited to share that information with you. And you have our word that we will deliver that request that you had for us. So thank you.
Okay, public comment continues. Public comment. Come on up, folks. Public comment, 1 minute tonight. Let's go to the Zoom. I see no hands in the chamber. Let's go to the Zoom. If you're here for this agenda item number 16, I welcome you tonight to our hybrid city council meeting, and you could raise your virtual hand for if you're here for the Turing item. There's the first virtual raised hand. Let's keep the hands coming, folks, and I want to thank all our attendees. Next up, we have Allison Mcdonald.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I think this was brought up at the last council meeting where this project was discussed, this proposal was discussed, and that is whether or not these units could then be used against our arena goals. And I don't remember if that question was answered, and I would like to know from staff whether or not that would be possible. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. You're in the right place. Let's go to our Assistant City Manager, Ashwini Kantak, perhaps for a response for the resident question. Ashwini.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Allison, for the question. So this project will not qualify for RENA. There's a couple of things. One is the term. So this is based on a 35-year bond term. We had discussed it at council at the last meeting, at the November meeting. And to change it to a 55-year term, we'd have to kind of relook at the structure and the city responsibility for those remaining 20 years. And then the other thing, and Seth can chime into this, but there's some restrictions that would apply to the units. So I think it was about maybe 25% of the units that could potentially qualify even if we went to the 55-year term because of the way the rents are set right now. And Seth, if you'd like to add anything to that.
As I understand, the Turing proposal would not qualify for any RENA credit, but there's no reason that a middle income housing program couldn't be designed to qualify for RENA credits.
Right.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Let's continue with public comment. If you're here in the chamber for item number 16, you haven't spoken yet, let me call upon you if you raise your hand. I see no one going once, going twice in the chamber. We're on the Zoom. Folks, if you're here for item number 16 and you're on the Zoom, and you're having a great time and you're hearing my voice and perhaps you have a virtual raised hand, I would love to call you. Going once, going twice. That's it for the public comment for item number 16. Let's bring the discussion back up here to the dais. So we're going to really be Zooming tonight, no pun intended, with our meeting. So I want to go now to Councilmember Anthony Phan. Councilmember Anthony Phan, this is your item. And there are some differences between our city and our applicant, and our project team. So why don't you take it away here, Anthony?
Great, thank you. Well, first of all, I want to commend both staff and the project team for working collaboratively on this. I know it's been a very long process. But I'm hopeful that the end result will be worthwhile for our residents in the generations to come. At the end of the day, I do recognize that the applicant has made several noteworthy concessions, much more than I think an applicant of any typical project would make. So I do want to provide kudos for that effort. I see some of the discrepancies, or rather the reservations that have been brought forward by staff, but it's really no different than what was presented at the public hearings months back. So at the end of the day, we kind of went in circles, which is unfortunate. I believe the direction was to work with the applicant to find a public benefit agreement that was amenable to both parties to the extent that is possible, to the extent that the project can still be financially feasible. Now, the conditions laid forward by staff, I have concern with, because it does not go in line with what the bond investors would be agreeable to and would tank the project, which is not the direction I believe we provided. At the end of the day, though, I do believe that the risk to the city is minimal, and I want to note that in the event, the worst case scenario that could possibly happen is that if Waterford can't make the bond payments, then the property goes back on the tax roll. I think that's very clearly acknowledged in the presentation. So I'm not too concerned about that part. I do want to make sure that we take some actions that would move this forward. So I'm not sure if it is possible to join the JPA with a provisional public benefit agreement. But the direction that I would like to see is us moving forward with the JPA and agreeing to at least the terms that we do agree on. So these are my sentiments at this time. I may have more to say later on, but I want to defer the rest of the time to my colleagues.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. This is your proposal, and we appreciate leading off with your thoughts. I wish you were here in the building for such a big decision for an item that you proposed, but I hope all is well with you in the cloud. I do want to do a point of inquiry based on what you said, and we'll go to our city attorney for the evening, Seth. To follow up on council members' comment on AF Waterford, and I'm just repeating here, if Waterford was unable to fulfill the obligations of the bond, then can you share with us what sort of that next step would be? Does the property go back to, I think council member Fan said the tax rolls? I just want to get some clarity there. Can you help us with this? Or we can also rely on our assistant city manager as well, but if you can go first, Seth.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, as this program is relatively new, there's not a tremendous experience understanding exactly how a default would take place and occur. As mentioned in the Fieldman and Rollap report, there is a similar project, not a CSCDA, but a similar middle income, structured in the same way, same bond council in Santa Rosa that is experiencing financial difficulties right now. And what I understand from the Fieldman and Rollap report, maybe Anshu can speak to it, is that the owner is putting additional money into the project with a 10% return, thereby decreasing the equity in the project. As far as a return to the tax roll, as long as it's under ownership by a public agency, I don't know that it would return to the tax roll. So there would have to be some workout, some
thank you,
default foreclosure that would put it back on the public rolls.
Absolutely. Thank you for that point of inquiry of mine. Let's go to Sean here. Sean, I want to go to you as well. Do a balanced response here. Sean, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I wanted to clarify that. So the project that the city attorney referenced in Santa Rosa, that was the first project that was ever done in this program. As I mentioned, there's now 50 of them. They did issue some additional debt, but that one is not in default, nor is it near foreclosure. I want to be very clear. So our partner in this is CSCDA, the largest joint powers authority in the state of California. They've issued nearly $68 billion bonds. The way that this asset in this transaction is structured would be no different than any bond issuance that the city would effectively approve for a traditional affordable housing project, meaning you have projects in your city that are affordable housing projects that actually the city has put money into. So not only have they come off the tax rolls, the city's actually financially assisted those projects. In the event of a default, those assets would effectively be foreclosed on and go back on the tax rolls. So that would happen here in the event of a worst case scenario. The bond holders could foreclose on the asset, and then it goes back on the tax roll. Again, there's no guarantees that the city's party to, and they are not part of the bond issuance. But it's no different than any other affordable housing project, to be very clear. This isn't, I mean, there's billions of dollars of affordable housing that's financed in our state. And the
Appreciate
same
you.
provisions are for this would be the same.
Thank you. I'm satisfied with that answer. Thank you very much. It's just like any other real estate, period, in terms of defaulting and foreclosing. So thank you for that information. Just really want to follow up on what Councilmember Fan stated. I think for me, I'm going to make a very objective decision tonight. I do think our discussion with this item has been a healthy one throughout all of this time period we've been spending together. However, this is an opportunity, or it can be a threat to our finances in our city. So I do want to recognize the history of effort the project team has made, such as the over $15 million in property tax backfill, which we will be the first, if approved tonight, in the state of California to receive it. That's pretty objective, huh? I also want to talk about the refinancing piece. Sean, are you still there? I'm with you, Sean. I know you're not too far from me. You're down there in the rotunda with the social distance, but a very safe decision. I want to talk about the refinancing piece. Majority of folks in this town are homeowners, and we kind of get the whole debt obligation, our mortgages, and we got some folks in this town with a ton of equity on a smaller scale than this project. They got their homes, they got the equity, they're refinancing, doing a little cash out, and increasing the debt on their property. I will admit, for me, I want the right of sale at 15 years. Hopefully, I'm still the mayor. And at 15 years, I want to sell this thing, and I want to take the equity, and I want to put it back in our city coffers so that we can take care of our finances. And the proposal tonight about the refinancing 10-year period, I appreciate. And Sean, you did state a couple of reasons why there would ever be a refinance. But is there any way we can increase that 10-year period to 15 years? Or if you can share with our city some more of your thoughts on this one, a request at this time.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and happy to address that. So in an email that we had provided, because there was some back and forth today with staff, we provided some language, and I'm just going to read it verbatim. So it relates to bond refinancing. What we're proposing is adding language to the public benefit agreement, which is really the document that memorializes, all the financial terms of this structure with the city and gets recorded on title. And what we're proposing is to add language saying that in the event of a refinancing of the project prior to the sale right exercise date by the city, neither the owner nor the project administrator, so CSCDA in this event is the owner, Waterford is the project administrator, shall be paid any fee or other compensation in connection with such refinancing other than customary reasonable expenses relating to the transaction. And then we added language to your point, Mr. Mayor, that says the owner shall not refinance the bonds prior to the 10-year anniversary of the issuance of the date of the bonds. This has been agreed to by bond counsel, which is ORIC, and there's certain provisions that, just to be candid, that Waterford cannot agree to without consultation of our bond counsel. I'm happy to ask them of that, but to be clear, in the public benefit agreement, the way it works is that starting in year 15, the city has the right to exercise a sale option and enforce a sale. So I'm hoping I clarified that issue for you, Mr. Mayor. but I'm happy to address any other questions as it relates to the bond refinancing. But I guess the last question is that, or point I want to make as it relates to bond refinancing is that I made this in my earlier remarks, is that we would only do that in the event of a cheaper cost of capital, which means interest rates would go down, or in the catastrophic event of some sort of massive capital needs assessment. For instance, if there was an earthquake and half the building fell down. So
needless, yeah, I
very
don't want
rare
to talk about. All right. I really get those 2 points. We love refinancing bonds here in City Hall, our other bonds, and we'll always be in support of refinancing bonds at the lower rate. And then the second part is really a necessity in what do they call it, the godforsaken event. I just don't want to see, because I do think this building is going to accumulate tons of equity going forward. We are a special place in the world with, I think, the best weather and things that bring people here from all over the world. But it's just important for me as a lifetime resident of this town to not see after 10 years a refinance for the bond where there's an impact negatively on the equity of the property for reasons that may be debatable. I want to ensure we can take steps to protect the equity of this property throughout 15 years. And if you can and need to reach out to your the bond shareholders to get that information, please do. At the same time, I do have a long line of other properties in the Turing neighborhood that wants to take up this program immediately after this meeting. And I'd hate to hear for other folks, property owners in the Turing neighborhood tell me they can do 15 years for the city for their property. So do you think that's an option, Sean, for the refinancing part? Now, it'll be 15 years I'm requesting, but I also would like to really include in that any other refinance prior to 15 years will be for a lower refinancing, or the latter, which is a godforsaken emergency where funds are needed. Can we explore that, Sean?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I thank you for that. Yeah, we're committed to exploring that with you, and I think that we can make that work. And to be clear, the other potential parties that would be working on potential other properties would be using the same joint powers authority structure, meaning CSCDA is us. So whatever they can do, we should be able to move forward with as well.
That's great news. Okay, great. All right, so I got one more here. I want to go to our city attorney tonight, Seth. Just a general question. I don't want to dig too deep. I think overall we'll all have done that here in the chamber tonight. But in terms of legal risk for a program like this in our city of Milpitas, what do you think generally would be some of the greatest risk that our city would take based on all the other factors that the project team is really standing solid on? I just want to hear some of your thoughts. I know BBK has worked with other CSCDA projects, and so I know there's a conversation. Y'all probably have some pretty neat Zooms with BBK and real estate. And what are some of the conversational things that you may be hearing throughout the state? Get your microphone here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the big picture, I think what has been presented to you tonight, that you are not the bond issuer and that you are not a party to the regulatory agreement, is the truth. and that's important when considering the city liability. However, I think the city staff has taken the advice of Kaiser Marston and the review of Fieldman and Rollap and our own review of BBK, and what we've offered to you in the goals and then drafted into the agreement in the specific areas that are being rejected by the Turing team are just the sort of items that are there to protect you. In the event that there is some failure in the project or some default, while you're not the issuer, it doesn't mean that you won't be caught in the crossfire and be subject to lawsuits and having to defend yourself. And so in the public benefit agreement, we have taken great care to draft in provisions not into the regulatory agreement. We're not looking to be a party to the regulatory agreement. We have asked, consistent with the goals that we've proposed to you and the advice of Kaiser Marston and Fieldman and Rollap, we've included provisions in the public benefit agreement, not in the regulatory agreement. We've also been very careful to not have any financial provision that would really be objectionable to the bondholders. All of the defaults and remedies that we have proposed would only have the effect of limiting the CSCDA and the project administrator receipt of monies if in fact the project is not meeting the goals. We have attempted to draft very surgically into the public benefit agreement protections for the city while not trying to do any harm to the bondholders. So we have taken great care in doing that. I'm happy to go through specifics if you'd like, but much of what we have put in there to protect the city and to meet the goals of the project as presented by the project proponent are being proposed to be removed.
All right, thank you very much. I just wanted to, I want to thank you. I really appreciate your thoughts on the item. It's precisely what I was seeking, and just the general thoughts. And you know, I want to have a healthy conversation. It includes you as well. So I know that the bond shareholders are really where the line is in the sand, and sometimes the city of Milpitas' name is going to have to be attached to the inner workings of this opportunity. Perhaps we can add language before I go to my counsel here for really the ultimate group decision. But perhaps we can add language. I just want to throw ideas out here. Perhaps we can add language to hold us not liable for any financial costs. But let me pause here. We'll go to Sean. I see your virtual raised hand.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to clarify two quick comments. You had asked the city attorney about BB&K's experience in the program and exposure to it. I just wanted to say that, you know, having done 15 of these projects, we've worked with BB&K in other cities. Most recently, we worked in the city of Pomona, where we got a unanimous approval. And then specific and KMA, we actually bought a project in December that we worked with KMA. They did a full analysis of that. We got a unanimous approval. And then we were not a party to it, but I believe Seth has experience in the program, having drafted the city of West Hollywood's public benefit agreement, which was approved in either November or December, and those bonds sold in December as well. And again, those are all projects that both KMA and BB&K were party to, and they were all approved. And so I think that there's a little, I guess, incongruity, if you will, in terms of how the firms were approached the projects in those cities relative to the city. But I will tell you that BB&K and KMA have reviewed projects in those cities, and those cities approved them, and they've been financed, and the projects have if now closed escrow.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. All right, we'll go to my colleagues here. Next up, we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I have one quick question to Mr. Rawson, please.
Yes.
Originally, I think the last presentation, correct me if I'm wrong, the bond amount was around 260 million. Now I'm seeing it's 303. What happened?
So Councilwoman, thank you for your comments, and I'm not quite sure what you're referencing. I'm happy to pull up to the pro forma, but the bond amount has not significantly changed.
What is it?
So the total bond amount, let me pull up the underwriting right now. Is just pulling this up as we speak. I'm pulling up, we've had 42 pro formas on this project because we live in a dynamic financing market. When you've worked on something for 11 months, interest rates have changed. But I'm just pulling up the most recent underwriting as we speak, and bear with me, it's pulling up right now. So it's the total. Okay. So what we're showing, so we're showing 200, roughly 260 million. So I'm not quite sure what exhibit you're referencing, Councilwoman.
It's Councilmember Chua.
Yeah.
Councilmember Chua. Thank you, Mr. Rawson.
I'm sorry?
Thank you for your response.
Yeah.
Ms. Kantak, is that correct? The amount correct?
Councilmember Chua, is that for me?
Yes, please.
I'll have Anshu talk to the bond amounts.
Yes, please.
But to Councilwoman Chua, and not to speak over Ashwini, the total bond issuance is $261 million. And that's consistent. I just pulled up, it's changed within the margin of error as interest rates have changed, but our underwriting has been consistent. Now, there have been dynamic features added to the underwriting, such as adding the property tax backfill, the VLF backfill, changing some of the rental requirements as it relates to affordability. But to be clear, and I want to just be very clear on this point, our structure has been consistent from day one, with the exception of two things: interest rates changing, and then just different recommendations and asks by the city.
I'm not asking about the structure. I'm asking the bottom line.
Yeah. So the bottom line is that it's $261 million.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Burden?
Yes.
Yes. Hi there. So our analysis was based on Sean's bond underwriter, Goldman Sachs, and the cash flows that they presented to us had a total principal amount of approximately $303 million. And the bond issuance incorporated three bond series, a Series A, which is approximately $232 million, Series B, which is called the mezzanine bonds, that was approximately $65.5 million, and the Series C bonds, which we've discussed in a report as the equity bonds to the project administrator, that amount is $5 million. So in total, The estimated principal amount of the cash flows that we reviewed was about $303 million.
And Anshu, if you could just direct the council to the page number in your report. So this is attachment 8, Councilmember Chua, which is the.
I do want to
fuel and
clarify one point, though.
Excuse me.
What Un's referring to is the issuance premium, and that changes based upon coupon and the yield. And so I want to be very clear, our issuance amount is based upon our underwriting, but that can change, as Un knows, based upon the issuance in terms of the bond coupon and the yield. And that's where Goldman has come in. And so, to say that our proposal has changed, it hasn't. So I just want to be very clear on that.
Right. And I was referring to the bond principal amount, not the bond proceeds, which is what I think you were referring to. So I was, our table, which is a snapshot of the cash flows provided by Goldman Sachs, is on page 6 of our report under the sources and uses section.
Miss Reardon, can you please show, Ms. Kanta, can you please show slide 18? I think that's where Ms. Reardon's bond presentation, around that 17, 18 slides.
Yeah, we're happy to bring that up, Councilmember Chua.
Yes, please.
So if we could have the presentation up, please.
Or where the drawing is, where I saw the 303 million.
Right. Can you go one slide back, please?
17, 18, 19.
Yeah, this one doesn't. I mean, it references the $303 million bond amount here. Councilmember Chua, is that what
this
you're
one?
referring to?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
And again, it's page 6 of attachment 8, which is the Fielman roll-up report.
Miss Jordan, can you just, I think I understand it, but I just want to be clear because this is a big part of this whole item. So can you please again briefly go over this briefly? Just
Sure. The bond issuance is comprised of 3 series, and the series include a Series A bonds, which are the senior level bonds, and that par amount is approximately 232 million, 0.5, and the Series B bonds, which are called the mezzanine bonds, those are approximately $65.5 million. The Series C bonds, the subordinate level bonds, are $5 million. So in total, the bonds are approximately $303 million.
is the $303 million, is that how much?
That's the bond principal that will be issued, and that's the amount of principal that will need to be paid down over the life of the financing.
That's what I'm looking for. This is the bottom line. This is what we need to pay for the next 35 years. Correct. Okay.
So I would like to clarify that, though. And I'm looking at the Goldman proposal. It doesn't factor in the premium amount, which is the discount, which gets to the total sources of 267,973. So that's
right. That relates to the bond proceeds, but what we're referring to is the bond principal amount, which will be, which is the amount that is required to pay down over the term of the financing.
So, but I want to clarify that point because I think there was misclarification in terms of what the question was. So the bond proceeds are $267 million.
I'm not concerned about the proceeds. I'm concerned about what is the debt, which is, I think I got it. It's $303 million. That needs to be paid by 35 years. Or if we decide to sell, it needs to be paid the 15th year. That's all. Thank you. Thank you all. And my next question is, thank you so much. My next question is, which I think Attorney Seth answered by the question of Mayor Tran, but I would like to go, Ms. Ashwini, can we go back to slide 15, 16, 17, or 14, 15, 16? I want to see the goals and which are the items we didn't meet.
Sure. So we want to start from, okay.
You know, that bullet one that says affordability considerations?
Right. And maybe it may be easier to, just trying to
Or do you want to go to, there is a summary, which is 2930. You want to
Yeah,
go
so
there?
the summary, I think, Councilmember Chua, it's more, we looked at the goals and then incorporated language into the public benefit agreement to meet
Right.
these goals. Some of them we knew we weren't going to. For example, goal E, as we discussed before, we knew that it wasn't really going to apply to this project. We already had that indication from the council at the last meeting. So we didn't include that language in the PBA. So what we did was we tried to include language in the public benefit agreement that we kind of had direction on wanting those concerns addressed. And so maybe the best way would be to go to the, we have the slides related to all of the 4 areas.
You want to go to 2930, which is the
Right.
summary of outstanding concerns?
We could go there, or we could also go the 4 slides before that.
Yes, that one.
So you can see exactly what we have agreement on and what's
Right.
still outstanding. So if
That's the one. Perfect. Thank you.
so if we can go forward, I think there's a couple before this to affordability, starting with affordability. So go
Yeah,
back.
affordability and then
If we can go back
financial.
slides. Next slide, please.
There
Yes.
you go.
So here's the affordability considerations. So you can see, I mean, again, we've heard from the project team, so this is not new. This was discussed in November, and they have said that their program basically would not lend itself to aligning with HCD. The only reason staff has kept the HCD piece in the goals, and we're noting it here, is because we believe that that would give us, it would deepen the affordability, right? As you saw, the rents and the income limits were kind of provided more affordability with using HCD rather than the TCAC numbers. And so they've basically, the project team has agreed to 5 and 6, but not 1 through 4. So we wouldn't have approval of rent increases. We wouldn't, it's still not aligned in terms of income, percentage of the income. So HCD does 30%, or the rent can be maximum 30% of income, but that includes utilities, and here the utility costs are separate. Again, these are things we've noted. We recognize that this was not something this project was going to adhere to, but we want to keep it in for future projects. So these, as I discussed in my presentation, Councilmember Chua, in these 4 areas, the 2 areas that we felt were really more for council consideration were the financial and the oversight pieces.
Right.
So if we go to the next slide, you'll see the, next after this. For the city revenue, I think we're okay. Again, if Sean could maybe clarify on the infrastructure fee, because that's one that we didn't quite have agreement on including in the PBA. Conceptually, I think we have agreement, but it needs to be in the agreement. And then the payment of city fees. I know in his presentation, he mentioned something about us asking for it to be paid in advance of paying the bondholders. That's not accurate. What we asked for was in advance of the administrative fees. And that's something, again, we believe we have verbal agreement on, because otherwise our concern was that there's no guarantee we're going to get the annual fees if we are the last in line to receive the fees. And then if we could go to the next slide. So again, you heard about these. I would say that number 1, 4, and 5 are the ones we would like to really highlight for council. So the pay down of the principal, because as you heard from Anshu, we could have a large amount of the bond principal that's not paid off even by year 35. So if we're talking about 303 million, and if you have 50% of it not paid off, that obviously deducts from the value of the asset that the city will be getting. Number 4, you heard from Seth that we could be subject to lawsuits just because of the arrangement, even though we're not party to the bond issuances itself. And then number 5, again, I know there's been some discussion on the refinancing, restructuring. I do want to clarify because Sean did mention that he sent us an email, but our city attorney hasn't had a chance to review it. We only received it at like 7:45 today, so I can't say that we've been able to vet that at this point in terms of the motion. So all of these, again, intended to protect the city, we don't have agreement on. And then next, if we can go next slide. Capital investment, as I mentioned before, that there isn't agreement on giving the property over to the city in a certain condition, which is what we're asking for. Again, all these meant to mitigate risk for the city, but as much as this is a concern, it's not as high a concern as the financial piece and the transparency and oversight. So if we could go to the next one. So number 1 is one of the biggest concerns, because I think, as you've heard from the project team, they will provide annual reports, and that's great, but the city has absolutely no recourse if things are not quite working out. And as the council knows very well, the council and staff is where residents of the property would come to with their concerns. And so we wouldn't have any means of addressing if there's issues, both with management of the property or affordability implementation. And again, they're not agreeable to this, partly, again, acknowledging that maybe their program just doesn't allow for this kind of oversight role from the city. So next slide, and we can see everything in one.
Right, that one.
Yes. So here's the things we don't quite have agreement on.
Okay.
And again, to acknowledge, I think I wanted to acknowledge Councilmember Phan's comment about, yes, some of these, it hasn't changed. They still remain goals for the city, but we recognize that this project is not going to align with those.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you, Mayor Tran.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Yes, let's continue the discussion here. Perhaps an opportunity tonight. Next up, we have Vice Mayor Montano. I'll do a time check, 9:40, 9:40. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So a while back, one of the members from the public did mention they wanted to find out about the RENA numbers, and I wanted to see if staff could bring up a slide of our RENA numbers, where we are at today and what our projections are. Do you
Yes,
staff have?
Vice Mayor.
I think that would be good for the public to see where we are on that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And we have the numbers up on the board. This is for the current cycle. We will have additional numbers in the next cycle, and Sharon Goey may want to add to it. I did want to follow up on a question about eligibility of these type of projects qualifying for RENA. There is, besides the 55-year term limit, there's also the AMI limit. So anything above 100% AMI would not qualify. So like in this mix, there's 40% of the project that would not qualify right off the bat because it's above 100% AMI. And Sharon, do you want to speak to new numbers?
So I guess maybe I can follow up on this. So where would the Turing housing fall? Would it fall under the moderate or above moderate?
So it would fall under, yes, the moderate 80 to 120 AMI. Actually, I have to take that back, Vice Mayor, and maybe Sharon or Hanson could jump in on this because this is now going with the HCD definition. So I just want to make sure I'm not mixing the two. What we have for the Turing project is 80 to 100. So 80 to 100, 100 to 120, and then at 120. So Sharon, if you can please clarify.
And they won't count anyways, right?
They will not count the way it's structured right now. Yes, Vice Mayor.
All right. Sharon, was going to say something?
Yes. Hi, Vice Mayor and council members, Mayor. Good evening. Yes, so what you see on the screen is our progress through 2020. As we're working on the 2021 numbers right now, but this is for the current RENA cycle. And first column, those are the RENA goals for this current cycle. And the middle column, that's the building permits. That's by which RENA progress is measured by HCD. Those are the building permits issued through end of 2020. And the rightmost column, that's the remaining balance of the goals we still have to meet for this current cycle. And for the next 6-cycle housing element, which are the RENA numbers for 2023 through 2021, the total number is actually 6,713. So it's just a little bit more than double of the 3,290, which is the current RENA cycle right now.
That's a substantial amount of our regional housing needs assessment allocation. And for the public, these numbers are mandated by the state through ABAG, and they basically tell the cities how much housing you need. You need to build so many very low income, need to be some low and then moderate and above. And as you can see, we are way behind on all of them. But thank you very much for that presentation. I just wanted to let one of the members of the public that called in to see where we're at on this. Regarding thank you very much, Sharon. So regarding the Turing project, I know there's very many concerns and they have not agreed to our concerns, the staff's concerns. So my concern is the refinance piece, and it kind of reminds me, if you keep refinancing your house, you know, the debt, not house, but your building, or the debt will of course get higher. So I'm wondering, does that affect our scoring, you know, like the Standards and Poor's, our credit rating, like, if you will. Will that affect our credit rating if we have a high debt ratio?
So Vice Mayor, because we're not party to the financing for this project, it will not affect our credit ratings. The only concern we have is that what kind of debt will be left at the end of the term of the project if there's restructuring and refinancing.
Okay, and then so the other question I had is in one of the slides earlier, it said that some of the special districts will be affected, but that Milpitas Unified School District won't be affected because the state will do the backfill. But what I heard was it may, didn't say it wasn't going to, there was going to be backfill, but it said it may be backfilled. So what guarantee do we have that that they will be backfilled, that the state will backfill the school district? Because I'm concerned because in our schools, they need all the financing they can. And I'm concerned that I just want to have a guarantee that they will be backfilled. And what assurance do I have that they will be backfilled?
So Vice Mayor Montano, for the fiscal impact on other taxing entities, this is information provided by the project team. So we'll look to them. I mean, at this point, maybe the state is backfilling. There's no guarantee that structure won't change in the future, but I'll look to the project team to provide information on that.
Okay, great. And also the rents with HCD. I mean, why aren't we, it doesn't make any sense why they're not being aligned, the HCD guidelines to their guidelines. So I'm just, you give me some clarification on that, because that the whole purpose is to try to reduce the rents.
Yes, and I'll let maybe Sean respond to that.
No, thank you, and Vice Mayor, thank you for your questions. Let me address the last question first. So it relates to the question relative to HCD rents. We're using TCAC rents, which is a very acceptable and typical structure, and you have affordable housing projects in your city that use TCAC rents. And so really this is just a financing nuance on relative to whether you use TCAC rents or HCD rents. To your point, we're showing a substantial discount relative to the market rents, and we're using the same compliance mechanisms for the TCAC rents as it relates to the rent schedules at the AMIs that numerous traditional affordable housing tax credit projects do. We build tax credit projects, so we use TCAC rents all the time. To your question, that's just the way that this program is structured. Of the 50 transactions that have been done, the $8 billion of bonds issued in the state, they've all used TCAC rents.
And I guess,
Sorry, go ahead.
no, and I guess that's okay. That's
Yeah. One other quick point. As it relates to the school district, we provided a letter from our legal counsel, Myers Nave, that provided a letter to the city legal opinion showing that Milpitas Unified is a local control funding formula school district and would be eligible for property tax backfill from the state. And the same letter that we provided to the city of Milpitas is consistent with other letters that we've provided other local control funding formula school districts. And the last quick point I just wanted to make real quick is relative to the bond issuance amount versus bond proceeds. I want to be very clear. The bond issuance amount is the $261 million. So if you were to essentially pay the bonds off, that's what you'd be paying off. The additional capital is interest, no different than when you refinance your house, you have additional interest expense. But at the end of the day, when you go to pay off a mortgage in your house, you're paying the principal amount. So I want to make sure that we're very clear on that discrepancy.
And also, did you send a letter to the school district as well?
We provided a letter to city staff. We have had conversations, and the Lion team, and I want to commend them. They've done tremendous community outreach, and I don't want to misspeak. I know they've had conversations with the school district. I'm fairly certain that letter has been provided to the school district, but we've had an ongoing dialogue with the school district.
Okay, and then another question, in the payment plan, the city gets senior position, as you mentioned. So when you say senior position, are you talking, are you referring to the first in line, the second in line, or the third in line?
Correct. The way that the public benefit agreement is drafted, and I'd love to have Seth weigh in here, is what we provided is that the property tax backfill is in senior position, which means it would be paid out of operating expenses to the city. So it's senior to the bond investors, which means that as rent comes in, the expenses would go to pay all operating. The revenue would go to pay all operating expenses, which is utilities, power, just your typical operating expenses, and the property tax backfill to the city. Then once all of that's paid, then you would pay the bond investors. And it's been clearly drafted that way in the public benefit agreement.
But will Milpitas be the first?
In the operating expenses?
Yeah, now to the public benefit amount in
Yeah,
that.
I mean, it'll be paid with all operating expenses, but we can add language in there that, it states that it would be first of OpEx, but it's senior to all bond payments.
Okay, and then, yeah, there was one more question I had. In regards to the folks that live there already, they will not be, I guess it depends on how much income they make, and most of them do make a substantial amount compared to other apartments in town.
So we believe a large number of our existing tenants will qualify. We did extensive community outreach. We hosted a community forum. And as you may remember, Vice Mayor, we had a number of our residents speak at the previous council meeting. Those were all tenants that qualify. And so we believe that in the range of 50 to 60% of the existing tenants may qualify.
Right. And I guess why I'm asking that is because I want to make sure that we are helping the folks that really need the help. When we have low income residents that barely have enough to pay their rents, and we're going to issue a bond to help the middle income, and I get it, they need help too, but philosophically speaking, it just I'm having a hard time trying to I'm trying to weigh this, there has to be a balance, and that's why I'm also thinking, perhaps there might be another way where we can help them. Maybe they can have a priority in some of these dwellings or units.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, we've proposed local preference language. I think we're open to that. I think one point I want to make is that the missing middle. To your point, is it providing affordable housing to the deepest tiers of affordable housing? No, but this isn't a binary solution, meaning that we can continue. We're not using bond cap. We're not using tax credit resources. So the city can continue to provide traditional affordable housing while also providing housing for a segment of the population that still has housing uncertainty. I can't tell you how many tenants. We own 4,000 units in this program that come to us. There's a school teacher, for instance, in Long Beach that has been effusive in how thankful she is because she works for Long Beach Unified. And she was actually in the process of accepting a new job to move to Texas because she had housing uncertainty in the city of Long Beach. Not that she couldn't afford any sort of housing unit in the city of Long Beach, but what she said is that the type of housing I could afford is just not something I wanted to live in, and I didn't have housing certainty. And so I was going to move to Texas to provide a higher quality of life and to have more housing certainty. And now she's one of our tenants at Ocean Air, project that we're extremely proud of, and she has housing certainty because now she knows that on any given year, the most that her rent will go up on any given year is 4%. And she qualified for a 14% discount year one. And so these are the lifeblood of your community. And as we've seen housing costs continue to skyrocket in our state, the people that are providing the essential services for our communities need housing certainty. So this isn't something where it's a binary solution saying that we're going to provide housing to the missing middle and take that resource away from the deeper affordability tranches. What we're saying is that in Waterford, our company, our mission is to provide housing to all the various demographic types. And this is one tool that we have. And then to your earlier question, and Ashwini touched on it, the city is not a party to the bond issuance. So this doesn't go on your credit rating. There's no financial resource that's used. There's no liability. So it's not like it's an either or binary choice for you. You can continue to provide additional and deeper affordable housing, but you're still providing very meaningful, needed housing to your community. And really, those are the lifeblood. Those are the people that provide your services here in your community, here in this beautiful town of Milpitas.
Right, thank you for that. I'll see who else has other comments, and then I'll come back.
Thank you very much. We'll do a point of information here. Sean, if you can come back to us. It took me a little bit to comprehend the role of Waterford. And essentially, I don't think Waterford is really a consultant. Waterford is actually a real estate investment company. And Waterford will be taking over the building in partnership with our city, from what I understand, to a certain extent. And so Lion Living won't actually, for the residential space, be managing it or owning it. However, the commercial might be different, but we're not here to talk about that tonight. We're here to talk about the apartments. And so Waterford will be our new partner if this moves forward. And so a lot of the same concerns I think we're asking Sean, these are shared concerns. I just want to check in with Sean. Can you beam up, Sean? Okay. Let's say a resident lives there and they fall on a mat and they break their little knee and tear their ACL. The legal liability isn't solely on the city, right, Sean? It would be on Waterford as well.
Correct. And this question has come up, and like I said, there's 50 other cities that have agreed to this structure. We're happy and more than willing to add the city as an additional insured under the insurance policy. But the beauty of this structure is that, and to your point, Mr. Mayor, Waterford is the project administrator, but CSCDA, who's the largest joint powers authority in the state with over $68 billion of bonds issued, is the owner. And so the two groups that are in the first line of defense are Waterford. We have $3.5 billion of assets under management, and you've got CSCDA that's issued over $68 billion in bonds. And we're the first line of defense. And you have Greystar, who's the property manager, who's the largest property manager in the world, with, I believe, 160,000 units under management. And so that's the team that will be stewarding this project on a daily basis in partnership with Lion, because Lion's not going anywhere. They're a huge stakeholder in this city with the fields, and they will continue to own the retail. So we will work hand in hand with the Lion team. And so this is, really a collaborative effort by the four stewards that I just mentioned.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Sean. I kind of just illustrated what I was trying to hear. I don't want our city to consider tonight's item, and I respect everybody's decision tonight. I just want our city to consider this item, understanding the partnerships and the sort of stakeholders involved, if I may say. And I don't think it's that we will be the sole legal liability partners, unless someone wants to correct me. But next, with the virtual raised hand, we'll go to Councilmember Dominguez. We'll do a time check, 10 p.m.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and I appreciate that time check for a lot of reasons. I apologize that I can't be there in person with all of you. I'm honestly not feeling my best, but this issue is before us is something that's so important to me that I've managed to be on this call, because I think it's really important for us to remember the missing middle. At any time, any one of us, I know personally, I work for a police department, and I am part of that missing middle, Vice Mayor. I am part of the missing middle that is literally 2 paychecks away from homelessness. I am part of that missing middle where I invest my stipend from City Hall back to our community 100%. I make no money from sitting here with all of you. I invest it 100% every single month to our community. And so that I rely solely on my basic income, which is available for anybody. I don't make 100,000. I don't own a home. I am one of 2 renters that sit on this council. And I share that with you. And although I see 2 of my former colleagues just looking down versus at the screen, I share that with you because I am the voice of the missing middle here in the city of Milpitas because it's so expensive to live here. I am your children, literally, Councilmember Chua and Vice Mayor Montano. I could be your daughter. That's probably still living with you at your home.
Point of order. You're gonna have to refrain from attacking other people one by one on this dais. No one brought you up. You don't need to bring anybody else up. Always trying to separate yourself from other people. We're tired of it. So you're gonna have to focus on the agenda item, or else we're gonna have to move on to a different speaker. It's unacceptable. And it's on video. Everybody's sitting here. You're a disgrace. Either you're gonna carry on and focus on the business at hand, or you're gonna keep on attacking people. I'm not gonna let it happen.
Are you done? Can I carry on now? Thank you. First and foremost, I was not attacking anyone. I'm just sharing my personal story with both Councilmember Chua and Vice Mayor Carmen Montano. As I am going to continue my story, and I share my story because it's very relevant to those who are watching us, Mayor Rich Tran. The reality is that I don't have a mother who could purchase a home for myself. I don't have a father or a mother who could give me their car. I have to fix my own car. Go ahead.
Point of order. Look, you don't have to talk. Look, focus on the item, okay? The item is item number 16 on your agenda. And you're considering this project, okay? So I'm going to need you to focus on the agenda. We're not here to listen to you and some of the things in your life. I appreciate you sharing your personal life, but we're here for the project, and you don't need to compare yourself to everybody else. Okay, we're all different. So please, I'm gonna have to ask you to carry on.
I am carrying
I'm gonna
on,
have to
Mayor.
use some rules of order. Okay.
You could use whatever rules of order, but the reality is that my story reflects the thousands of stories here in the city of Milpitas, and it brings it back to this item. I'm not sharing my life story, I'm being vulnerable. Vulnerability is one of the highest stakes of leadership. And I am being vulnerable with my story because my story reflects I am a citizen of the city of Milpitas as well as your colleague. And you banging your bangle is not going to refrain me from using my voice because I represent thousands of people who are also part of the middle class who live in this complex that we are talking about, Mayor. So first, I'm going to kindly ask you, please don't ever talk to me in the tone that you have talked to me. Please don't ever refrain in yelling at me. My story is powerful because it reflects the story of thousands of people. So I'm going to continue to carry on the story of Milpitians who are in the middle class and live in this apartment building. So when we talk about the missing middle, we are talking about people who live here. So I want to bring it back to this apartment complex. And I think those of you at home who are listening to this powerful story, because this powerful story is probably reflecting the stories of thousands of Milpitians who live paycheck to paycheck. I want to go back to the goal. The goal is to provide affordable housing. The goal is to meet in the middle and to get a yes. That is what I see that we have here before us is a project that we could come together to get that yes, Councilmember Chua, I appreciate your brain so much and your analysis. I really do. And earlier I said I could be your daughter and I would be a proud one. Vice Mayor Carmen Montano, I know your daughter. I know your story. I could best assure you there's people living in this apartment complex that reflect your daughter's story. Because the story of so many of us
Milpitas
is
City
that
Council Code of
we
Conduct.
are
Focus on the
living
issue,
in a
not the
place
person.
that is so
Folks
expensive.
up here don't
So I am
appreciate you
gonna
talking
continue my
about their
story.
personal life. You're so intrusive. You're disrespectful. It's been like this for too long. The Milpitas City Council Code of Conduct, if you'd like to read it, it says focus on the issue, not the person. And you're being blatantly wrong. Just focus on the project and let's move on with the city's business.
Thank you for your opinion, Mayor. So as I was saying, I am very proud of the women that I sit as my colleagues because I know their story and I know the story of their children. Their story of people who are hardworking and are just trying to make a living in Silicon Valley here in the city of Milpitas. Now, before us, we have a project. So thank you very much, Mayor, for mentioning that. The goal of this project is to bring an affordable opportunity for people that live in Milpitas to just live in Milpitas. That's what I'm concentrating on today. And I share my story and thank you for listening to those that listen so respectfully. I appreciate it. Being vulnerable is not easy. Trust me, it is extremely hard, especially when someone's banging that gavel. But I have to do it because I live here and I will be living here and I hope to retire in the city of Milpitas. Vulnerability allows us to see opportunity. And that's all I'm asking for today is what is the opportunity that we have before us to be the first city to make something happen. Now, I do want to appreciate our partners in this project because they literally till this morning have been changing things based on our request. They have been before us. We've had this chamber with over 100 people. And so today we have the opportunity to at least just allow this project and the concept of the project to become true in order to have the foundation and set that foundation for future projects where we could dictate what goes in them. I think that's the most beautiful thing that we have before us today. So personally, I thank Milpitians I thank you for listening to my story. I thank you for allowing me to be vulnerable because I am the working class that I represent. And just like tomorrow, I have to wake up at 4 a.m. And today I'm here sick with you because this project is that important. Even when someone's yelling at me and banging that gavel and telling me that my story is irrelevant, it is not. It's powerful because I know so many of you are watching and could say it's too expensive to live in Milpitas. I also am 2 paychecks away from being homeless. And we have an opportunity to lower the rents, which could mean people stay in Milpitas. And isn't that the goal? So I go back to the goal, keeping Milpitians in Milpitas, allowing this place to be affordable, helping people not decide to pay between the rent and groceries. For me, this project does that. And we have a partner that has not only shown historically that they're willing to meet us in the middle. So I ask you, Mayor, what does meeting in the middle mean? Because I honestly haven't heard it. For me, meeting in the middle, they've already met meeting in the middle and some. So we've already discussed this. It's been a couple of hours. Personally, I will be supporting this, and I hope that Councilmember Fan makes that motion. Because I do believe that we have a seed that we could plant. what is that middle? So if we're going to be asking for something, let's ask it. But so far, I've just been asking questions that honestly are in our report. I feel like we're going in circles. So today, I just hope that respectfully, my colleagues understand that this was not an attack on anybody, Mayor. This was simply asking for you to listen to my story and allowing me to be vulnerable, because my story reflects the thousands of voters that voted for all of us here in the city of Milpitas and who are working class families, renters like myself. So thank you so much for the time. I appreciate you listening. I really do, Councilmember Chua and Vice Mayor Montano. I see your body language. Thank you. And I really wish I could be with you guys by this endometriosis. I really did not want to get yelled at for standing up behind you guys. Clearly, I still got yelled at, and it's okay. Thank you very much for your time.
I'm not going to sit here and talk about how crappy my life was or play this pity Olympics. You know, I'm kind of just here to work on this agenda item. And so if someone on this council wants to be the person that's coming from the worst and has the worst life, I don't think that's something, you know, I mean, what is it? You know, just, is that the intent to come from the worst and to overcome the worst? Or, you know, I appreciate every single person on this council as human beings, but I'm not here to play the pity Olympics to say that I had it the hardest and I need your sympathy. So if folks want to have that conversation out in the public, they can go ahead and have it all they want. But we're here to do the business of the city and focus on the concerns that our staff has with our project team, which I heard no comment from the last speaker, none whatsoever. There are financial and legal risks involved with this project, and my upbringing or housing ownership or rental status ain't gonna help that. So let me focus on the project here. I do wanna do a time check. It's 10:15, and let's get this decision tonight. Or if folks don't want to make the decision tonight, I'm okay with that. You just let me know. Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I just have one quick question. I think it's probably for Ms. Reardon. Hey, Anchu.
Hi there.
Hi. Hello. Can somebody, Ms. Anchu, can you please explain to me the proposed payment plan for this $303 million payment loan?
So maybe it'd be helpful to, if you have our report handy, turn to page 9. That provides the detailed principal amortization schedules of each of the 3 series that I referenced earlier. And the total bond amount is shown at the bottom of the table, which is about $303 million. That shows the projected principal paid down payments using the cash flows presented by Goldman Sachs and the Waterford team. This assumes the rental rate growth rate of 3% in each year. And to the extent that revenues fall short, principal would be deferred. And as we mentioned earlier, in assuming a more conservative growth rate assumption of 2% in each year, principal could be deferred by as much as 40 to 50% in year 35.
Oh, I see. Page 9, right?
Yes.
So at the end of 10 years, what percentage, I mean, considering everything is ideal, well, what percentage of the loan has been paid at the end of 10 years?
So if looking at that table, I know there are a lot of numbers in that table. If you look to the far right, that provides the cumulative principal pay down. And in year 10, we show that it's 4.3% of the principal that is paid down in year 10.
I see. So at the end of 10 years, that it's only 4.3% of the $303 million would have been paid on a very ideal, very optimistic revenue projection, cash flow projection, correct?
That's correct. So the majority of the bonds would still remain outstanding in year 10.
Okay, I got it. Okay, thank you so much. I just want to make that clear.
You're welcome.
So, thank you, Mr. Ardun. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome, Councilmember Chua. Appreciate you. Okay, great. We've heard a very lengthy discussion tonight on the agenda item. I want to thank everybody for their constructive input. I want to support this item as I have from the beginning, especially when it came down to the property tax backfill. Let's not forget about that. I appreciate Councilmember Fan's efforts to get the idea going, but it certainly took the council's effort for it to get as close to the finish line as it has tonight. I want to reach out to Sean here about the refinancing piece. What is the extent that we can have a substantial conversation about the refinancing minimum term? I know right now it's at 10 years.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And actually, while we've been going on with this agenda item, I've been texting with not only our underwriter, but with CSCDA and bond counsel. And I'm prepared to say that we're agreeable to the 15-year lockout provision that you had asked for.
Thank you very much. That's another big step. In that 15-year period will be our point of sale minimum timeframe or period. So I'm very excited in 15 years to be sitting right here and to exploring some opportunities we have. I do want to touch on the legal concerns, the oversight concerns. I do have some faith that Waterford is a reasonable and a strong partner to move forward for managing the properties, administering it, I should say, not managing it, but administering it. We got the other group. And so those are my main concerns. Legally, Sean talked about having us included with insurance. Perhaps you can share with our public some general insurance practices for buildings like the Turing and other properties that you've acquired.
Yeah, no, happy to, Mayor. And as previously mentioned, we're more than willing to add the city as additional insured. We worked with, to be starting from the top, CSCDA has very clear insurance guidelines. Being a government entity, being a joint powers authority, we work it within the confines, starting with their guidelines, and then they have underwriting and bond counsel that provides specific guidelines to limit the liability to the joint powers authority, And then we have our bond investors, which, as I mentioned, are some of the most sophisticated investors in the world, and they have their own insurance provisions. And I give you that to say that insurance is a big topic and a key issue for us. And that because you can imagine the bond investors want to make sure that they're protected from liability, more to the point, their investment. And so, we've got what I would say some of the strongest insurance requirements as it relates to real estate transactions that there is. But we're happy to provide the city and add them as an additional insured. And we welcome that comment, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Sean. I appreciate that. It's important, and you're checking off that box there. Sometimes, I don't think the city can ask you to do certain things, nothing in particular, but certain things you're unable to do. So that's where I come to reason in my mind. So those are my requests for tonight. We do have the agenda here. If there's any last minute requests from my colleagues, we're taking them. Hopefully related to the item. And we'll go to Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. I just wanted to sort of wrap up the conversation on this item by saying thank you to my colleagues. Thank you to staff for giving this project a chance. Thank you for giving the missing middle a chance. At the end of the day, this is a good project, and I hope that we can put differences aside to recognize that. I thank my colleagues for asking the tough questions, as this is a project that is going to have a long-term impact on generations to come. And I will respect everyone's decision wherever a direction we go with this. I encourage my colleagues to move forward with this project because, like I said, it does provide a lot of opportunity to those who need it the most. And so I don't want to be repetitive. And
you don't need to, just hurry up.
I'm trying to make my point. But I'll just get straight to it and make a motion to move forward by adopting a resolution by the city of Milpitas to join the CSCDIA, the California Statewide Communities Development Improvement Authority, as shown in attachment 7, and to move forward with approving the public benefits agreement, also shown in attachment 7, excluding the areas of disagreement as highlighted in yellow.
Second.
Now, Councilmember Fan, the motion maker, does that include my amendments, such as the refinancing minimum time period?
Yes.
Okay.
And also, I would like to accommodate for the applicant's request to add language in there on the bond refinancing, as well as the property needs assessment.
Second.
Okay, what else do we need? Let's check in with our city manager, our assistant city manager, actually. Let's go to Ashwini Kantak.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. So yes, it would be helpful for us to get clarification on what's included in the public benefit agreement. So Councilmember Fan, we got that it's the attachment 7 PBA without the highlighted text, but just want to make sure that we're incorporating. I think the project team had proposed the refinancing for 10 years, but I think we're going with the 15 years as Mayor Tran suggested, and then that they would do the assessments as in their latest proposal. So we'll include that. And then Mayor Tran, did we want to include some language about us being named as additional insured party?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And these folks are happy to do it.
Okay, so
We
just,
already, go ahead.
sorry, Mayor Tran, just one, and if Seth can maybe weigh in on this. I know that the highlighted text included the infrastructure fee in the PBA, but I believe we have agreement on that. So I just want to clarify that then that would still be included. Seth, could you speak to that, please?
I'm not clear if we're removing the yellow language. The infrastructure fee was part of the yellow language. So
Right, exactly. So maybe Sean, if you could clarify that, is that, because I thought we had agreement on the infrastructure fee, which is the CFD.
Yeah, so Ashwini, as we've previously mentioned in emails, so we are paying the CFD, and that's part of the bond issuance. That doesn't come off the tax rolls. We legally can't do that, and that's in the indenture agreement. Our only comment is that it's repetitive to have it in the public benefits agreement. It stays on the tax, that stays on the tax rolls, and we've been clear in that. We've had other projects that have had, actually almost all of our projects have CFDs on them, and those stay on the tax rolls. We haven't included that in the public benefit agreement. I'm actually getting a text right now from our councils. What they've said is that can't be included in the public benefit agreement. But to be clear, we are still paying that. So that, and we've been very clear in that. But it legally can't come off the tax roll. So there's no reason to have it in the public benefit agreement.
Okay, and Seth, I know there was some concerns about that.
I respect what Sean is saying, but we put this in here to belt and suspenders. The CFD is an important part for the city. If there's risk that this could come off, that would be a substantial hit to the city. And so we've put this in here to protect the city in the event that somebody makes an argument that a public agency is not subject to the CFD. And so this is similar to the host fee, similar to the administration fee, put in there for your benefit to protect you.
We're at a hard place right now. Sean, was that your final answer on this particular item within the item?
Look, I'm texting real time, Mayor, because
that's all good. Let's get the slide up, please. Ashwini, we get the slide up here. Let's hit the language up on the screen. What are we referring to?
So to be clear, what our bond counsel is telling us real time, and I'm just going to repeat this, is that we are agreeable to that fee, and that is legally required of us. The way that the language was proposed was that the language would require us to make a separate payment to the city outside of the property taxes, which that's not the way that this works. The bond investors would never agree to that. So what I am willing to accept in this motion is that we will continue to pay that CFD, and that can be a condition of this motion. It just can't be in the public benefits agreement. Because it basically, to be clear, that's what constitutes a non-permissible agreement. But we're agreeing to the term. It's just we're kind of talking past each other in terms of how it's realized.
Right. So it's included in the tonight's approval, but it's just not where we would prefer it to be.
Clear, and I'm reading this, is that the way it's drafted in the public benefits agreement, we would be required to pay that fee to the city, but like any property tax, it has to be paid to the county via typical property taxes. And so we can't, there's a structural issue the way it's drafted in that public benefits agreement. So we agree with the intent and we agree to pay the fee. We just don't agree to have it memorialized in the public benefit agreement.
And I think, Sean, the language in the PBA is in case it comes off the tax roll. So we're not asking for duplication of the fee. we're just asking to have the city be kept whole. And
So, and again, I'm getting this real time, Ashwini. The CFDs paid via county taxes goes to multiple agencies. We can't separately make a payment obligation directly to the city for their specific portion.
This is
No,
a
there's no
committee
recommendation. Let's
CFD.
just not, I'm sorry, let's not think out loud. How about we make that piece something that we'll need to figure out before this comes back. Let's have this particular item within the item here discussed following tonight, and let's just bring back our options for the next time this agenda item comes up, because tonight we're not actually approving everything here for the Turing. It's just taking that next step without wasting a step. So let's just figure this out after tonight, or real time after the meeting tonight, and we'll bring it back at the next council meeting. How about that?
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah, sure, Councilmember Finn.
Yeah, so since the applicant agrees to the condition, just not being under the public benefits agreement, Seth, could we do a conditional approval then of the items pending a separate resolution to be voted on at the next council meeting with that condition that's unresolved tonight?
I think if there's a technical issue to be worked out and to be better understood, that's worth working out and bringing it back. The public benefit agreement is the only agreement that the city is entering into. And if something is not in the public benefit agreement, then the city has no assurance that
What I would
will be there. And excuse me, Sean.
Point of order. Let's go, Seth. Go ahead.
So there's the CFD, there is the admin fee that currently is out. There's questions about the preference policy that is, I'm not sure if it's in or out. I think they're just, we've had several proposals come in today that I haven't even seen all of them, to be honest.
Let's work on it. Let's work on it. Let's work on that after the meeting and bring it back. We'll have those discussions after tonight, and that way we can be a little more organized, and the council will decide on it ultimately when this comes back, and it won't waste any time. So we'll get some more, what do they call it? Some more minds on it. But I do appreciate Seth and Sean, and let's figure it out. We'll figure it out together. It'll be great. We're going to get there. Okay, great. Well, that's all I want for tonight. I think we've covered some really major points. I think that my colleagues here had talked about the capital improvement funds, and I think our project team did step up to increase those funds, right? Let's not forget that was another step. So with these things in mind, let's go to our Assistant City Manager, Ashwini, with the virtual raised hand.
Oh, apologies, Mayor. That was from before. Thank you.
Okay.
Since
I got a tough job. Yeah. Go ahead. Okay. All right. Just making sure. Let's go to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayors. I'm not ready to vote on this tonight because there's still a lot of unanswered questions, things that have not been, they're not clarified. Some of these new proposals, resolutions, I want it to come back and maybe, like you mentioned, next week, and we can make a final decision then. And also, I want to make sure that that child care center, I didn't see it written anywhere in here, but I know that the applicant had said that we could include that in there, but I want to see something in writing. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, going to the council. Thank you very much. Going to Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I see there is a motion on the floor. Well,
yes, and I second it.
I know. I'm not ready to do anything. Like Vice Mayor said, there are a lot of issues, like you too, Mayor. There are some issues that need to be resolved. So what's the motion to do that?
I think we would move to postpone the item to a later date until those issues are resolved.
So moved.
Well, hold on now. We
Oh,
already got another motion on the floor with Councilmember Fan that is up first here before we can do anything else. Councilmember Fan, do you want to move to drop your motion?
I'd like to hear from Sean real quick, and then I'll decide how to proceed with the motion.
Okay, let's go, Sean.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. And let me say thank you. And I want to clarify two things, is that we've not changed our proposals. To be clear, we got a staff report end of day Friday, and we've been very clear on what we can agree to. So our proposals haven't changed. And so, our motion that we had asked for in our letter was to move forward with attachment 7, absent the yellow highlighted language, and thought we were pretty close. I'm willing to state that we could agree to give staff discretion to negotiate the CFD language, and essentially ask that council make a decision tonight. We're in what I would say very precarious financing markets right now. Bond yields continue to go up, and we have a feasible project, but the longer we can, and we've been here for 11 months, the longer we continue to wait, you're just making it that much more difficult. And so what we would ask is that you adopt attachment 7 as drafted, exclude the yellow highlighted language, and then give staff discretion to negotiate final language as it relates to the CFD. I don't know why that needs further analysis. It's pretty clear, like pretty simple, and nothing's changed on what we've said we can or can't do. So that's our ask tonight. But thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to go to Councilmember Chua. What is it that we need that is unresolved tonight? And our city has a lot of work ahead of us right now. And I am the #1 fan of getting work done and off our agendas. So I do understand we don't have everything. I do want to say we don't have everything. But what is it that we need? Because I don't want to go forward and complete either. I want to do all the work behind what needs to be done to create a foundation so that we're not on a house of cards. So I just want to state that for the record. But Councilmember Chua.
I think I agree with Attorney Seth about not being clear on a number of the issues that were brought up tonight. That's my concern. And to solidify those concerns and come up with a firm solutions or firm statement so we can have a better PBA, public benefits.
Okay, that's fair. I'll accept that. So yeah, let's work on that then. Back to Councilmember Fan. You can ride with your motion or drop it, but that's up to you.
Yeah, so I'll revise it so that we can continue the item at the next council meeting rather than postponing it, because I worry that that would delay it indefinitely.
Second.
And I'm hopeful that we can resolve these issues between now and then.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Fan. We have a second by Councilmember Dominguez to continue this item at the next regularly scheduled council meeting, which to me is a postponement, but we can call it whatever fits. We'll go to the vote. Councilmember Chua. Get your microphone.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself as an aye, the item has been moved. Thank you very much, everybody. My next item I want to go to, hearing no objections, item number 14. I want to go straight to item number 14. That is an important item. And we'll see how far that takes us. I'm going to adjourn this meeting before midnight, that's for sure. I want to remind folks to stick to the Milpitas City Council Code of Conduct. I'd hate to make a motion to censure somebody here at this juncture. It's unfortunate, but if there's any time where any council member here is talking about another person, that is unacceptable. I've received multiple complaints. There are elected officials here, city staff even, who knows? Certain people have reported to me they absolutely do not appreciate their name being spoken or their personal lives or their families being mentioned. Some folks on the council aren't cool like that. And so we do have a Milpitas City Council Code of Conduct. And to enforce that would be the censure policy. No elected official on the Milpitas City Council has ever been censured before in 68 years. And so I'd hate for that to be you. We're going to go to item number 14. Item number
Mayor,
14.
I have my hand up.
Okay. What would you like to speak about?
I would like to share that first and foremost, I want to thank my colleagues for the time earlier. Second, I am not scared of your threat of a censure. Personally, I have never felt so disrespected the way that you yelled at me earlier.
Point of order.
I
We're
am
going to
still
item number
speaking.
14. Point of order.
Actually, I
Cut the
have a
microphone.
point.
We're going to item number 14.
No,
We're
I'm
sticking
just
to the
letting you know,
agenda.
I'm logging off because I don't feel good.
Item number
The way that
14,
you
let's review
disrespected
fiscal
me
year
is making me
21-22, mid-year report.
So I'm gonna log
Fiscal
off.
year
Thank you. Thank you,
21-22,
guys.
mid-year
I
budget
appreciate it.
amendments. Point of order,
Appreciate
microphone,
all of you.
please.
As I said,
Point of order. Point of order. Mary J. Blige was at the Super Bowl. We don't need no drama tonight. Item number 14, let's review fiscal year 21-22 mid-year report. Approve fiscal year 21-22 mid-year budget amendments. Adopt a resolution amending resolution number 1626, the classification plan to reclassify positions. Approve and adopt the pay schedule titled New Job Classifications Salary Table, and amend budgeted allocated positions, and approve and authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a contract amendment with Bateman Community Living, LLC, doing business as Trio Community Meals, LLC, fiscal year 21-22 for additional meals through the Senior Nutrition Program, not to exceed $124,000. Okay, let's welcome our director, Lauren Lai.
Good evening, Mayor, council members of the public. Given the time tonight, I'll try to keep this brief. The item before you is the mid-year report, as you stated in the title. If I may have the next slide, please. Great. Tonight, we'll briefly go over the background, focus on the general fund and other funds, look at some position-related amendments. Also, I wanted to take the time to give some timely updates on general fund reserves and our pension UAL, or unfunded actuarial liabilities and reserves. Council had some very insightful questions in January, so I wanted to bring that up in terms of what we were able to research. By way of just background, if we can go to the next page. On June 1st, Council adopted the budget, which was $195 million for all funds. The general fund in particular was $110.8 million. During the year, we continue to monitor revenues and expenditures. In the middle of the year, which is approximately December, we come back to council with an update where we calibrate the budget, kind of speak to where we are and how we're trending. So that's what this exercise is tonight. A big part of tonight is just some fine tuning and housekeeping. The overall takeaway I want you and the public to understand is we're trending fairly consistent with our projections that we had in the adopted budget. A lot of the adjustments are a matter of fine tuning and housekeeping. Importantly, in this exercise also is to acknowledge as a CalPERS agency, we have to make sure that we comply with the state law for benefited employees, in particular the salary schedules and the position tables. So that's why we're also bringing that forward for you as well, is to codify some of the prior council action and delegation to the city manager. Next slide, please. Top level, this is a snapshot of the general fund. In particular, it's the revenue and the expenditures and the surplus. Column 1 shows the adopted budget, which is a balanced budget. Then we have some amendments where we carry forward some grants that shows a surplus. That surplus will be offset by expense. In this report, you'll see we're proposing $1.5 million of amendments, both on the revenue side and the expenditure side. That may sound like a lot. So let me unpack it a little bit. 900,000 of that relates to fire strike team response, revenue, and expense. So what's left is about $600,000 of adjustment. When you look at the size of this budget, that's fine-tuning 0.5%. So I wanted to put it into perspective, especially given that the late hour tonight. Next slide, please. You might have remembered this slide we had in January. It shows a bar chart of our revenues showing the two primary revenue sources, namely property tax and sales tax. And you could see how it descends from there. Next slide, please. This shows an illustration in the agenda report. It shows the adopted revenues, the budget amendments through January 20th, the budget amendments proposed tonight, and what the amended budget looks like included in the agenda report. Again, $1.5 million of amendments. Most of that is in the intergovernmental category, as I mentioned right there, $1 million, particularly the fire strike team. So that leaves about $500,000 of fine tuning. I'll go through the next few slides of revenue categories and I'll keep it brief. Next slide, please. On the sales tax side, HDL, who's our consultant, brought some promising news. We are forecasting $1 million higher than budget. On the TOT side, we reported that we are improving from prior year. That's wonderful. We are going to moderate our budget. We have 2 new hotels. We need to adjust it for a partial year opening, which is hopeful in the next month or so, of the 2 hotels in Milpitas. For license permits and fees, we're calibrating it by about $361,000 as shown below. Really good news is in terms of building plan check, we're hopeful we're going to reach $2 million, which will be our highest year since 2017. Next slide, please. Charges for services, we're going to calibrate this by increasing it by $459,000 with an estimated revenue of $4.7 million. The closure of recreation program did hit our revenues a little bit, so that shouldn't be a surprise. It's very consistent with what we've seen with the shelter in place and the 3rd wave, so wanted to be transparent about that. Franchise fees, as you may know, a lot of people are streaming their television and or their entertainment. So that's definitely affecting our franchise tax on the cable TV. And then also on the commercial garbage franchise, we're seeing a slight decline. So we want to just calibrate our budget accordingly. We estimate our revenue will still be a high of $5.3 million. Next slide, please. Intergovernmental, which is what I spoke about already. The city gets reimbursed by the state for deploying our firefighters to statewide fire response. Use of money is interest income. So we shifted about $34 million into the pension irrevocable trust that separates $34 million from the general fund. So we will still earn interest and capital on that, but it's not shown in the general fund. So it's a nuance of our budgeting. And last but not least, we have operating transfers coming from the CFD 2008 to represent and reimburse the general fund for its services. I believe that's the last slide on revenue, if I may have the next slide. The next slide transitions us to the expenditure. As a service organization, you'll see here we have about 80% in personnel, followed by 19% in services, and a very modest amount in operating transfers. And again, this is a snapshot of the general fund. Next slide, please. Similar to the slide on revenues, we're proposing a $1.5 million adjustment. $900,000 of that represents the strike team reimbursement. So the next slide, I'll just walk us through the other modest increases. Great, thank you. So on the salary side, we have the strike team reimbursement, a couple of reclassifications, which are pretty minor in terms of impacts, but really important in terms of our service offering and of the portfolio of our employee workforce. Importantly, we also do this housekeeping where each mid-year we take the vacancy savings in the budget and push them out into the department. So by way of our budget guidelines, we need to bring that to the council for authority. So I wanted to let you know that. Next slide, please, is about services and supplies. So recruitment costs for the fire department is about $150,000 this year. We want to go ahead and trend that and include that in the budget. Utilities, we shared with council previously that a combination of just higher costs and then also a delay in the CIP projects. We're representing about a $275,000 net increase. However, as we mentioned in January, when we brought forward the 10-year forecast, those energy projects are going to yield about a $1.2 million annual savings over the life of the project. So that's just tremendous. This is just the first year of implementation. General liability and workers' comp insurance, this just trues up the premiums from our plan insurance. I want to spend about a minute here on the Recreation Senior Program. During the pandemic, we noticed an increase in services. Previously, we used to have daily meals of about 80 per day. We're experiencing about 126 meals per day. We'd like to ask council to approve a contract amendment with Bateman so we can continue to provide that level of service. So in this packet, as the mayor noted, we're asking for the authority to go ahead and approve this contract amendment in the amount of $46,900 so we can continue to provide those meals. Next slide, please. Great. So outside of the general fund, we have a lot of other funds. Some housekeeping that I want to bring to your attention and get your authority for is in particular the enterprise fund. They also absorb some of the general liability and workers' comp insurance. So that's what the first item pertains to. We have item bullet point number 2 and 4, we have various deposits for services. So in particular, the MSI gave us a $250,000 deposit and we rendered services accordingly. And then also for the Turing apartment project, which is what we heard tonight, we also received a deposit of $123,000 for services related to that project. So we need to do some budget housekeeping in that regards. Last but not least on this slide, we have legal costs known as common interest group legal services related to the sewer wastewater operations project. Next slide, please. Other funds, the ARPA funds, a little bit of housekeeping here. Council previously contemplated and also authorized staff to move forward with the senior buyer classification, given the Treasury and federal procurement requirements. By way of an info memo on October 15th, Council also authorized that we have 4 firefighters go through the academy and really launch our paramedics program. And then also in the 25 program for ARPA, Council authorized the program coordinator, commonly known as the events coordinator, out of ARPA funding. Last but not least, the important fire pumper, which we were able to enter into a contract on January 31st. We needed to bridge the balance of that funding with ARPA using the general fund. And we have the equipment replacement fund, which is providing about $70,000 towards that purchase. Next slide, please. Great. In our capital improvement projects, we have a couple of items we need council to approve budget amendments for. The storm maintenance and repair is by virtue maintenance project. And so we're recommending using the general government CIP funding for that purpose. The regional wastewater facility project, CP 6118, by way of our budget process, we usually get a preliminary budget in March from San Jose. They provide all tributary agencies the preliminary budget, which was incorporated in the CIP budget. In May, when we received the final budget, that had not been brought back to council. And so what we're doing tonight is reflecting that final budget from the San Jose project. The change that's in front of you, the $4.2 million, primarily represents the city's portion of the dewatering facilities project, which was discussed last week and approved by TPAC. Next slide, please. Position-related amendments, as mentioned, CalPERS is a real stickler to make sure that the governing board approves this in a public session. So this really codifies the action of the council previously made and or delegated to the city manager. 4 reclassifications as noted there, 2 additions and deletions, and 5 restored position using ARPA funds. Next slide, please. Fantastic. So last month in January, the Vice Mayor and also Council Member Chua asked some really great questions about fiscal policies and also our pension management. So I wanted to take a couple of slides to provide some follow-up based on the research we were able to conduct since those questions were posed to us. Next slide. Great. Just as a refresher, this shows the financial position of the general fund's reserve and balances. As you could see there, we have $38 million in reserves in the category of general fund contingency, budget stabilization, future deficit, and also unassigned. If you move your eye up a little bit, we also have the PERS line, 33.9 million in section 115 and 2.8 million on our balance sheet. So that's just a quick snapshot of our financial position in terms of the general fund reserve. So question is, how does that relate to other agencies in the county? That was the Vice Mayor's question. We did a snapshot in April, but at that time, the financial statements were just limited in terms of publication. Today, we were able to obtain all the agencies within the city. So we're going to present the next slide and really represent to the council and the public our financial management in terms of our reserve. Next slide. So this shows all Santa Clara cities, and it represents the June 30th, 2020 reserve level. The reason why we're using June 2020 is because we need to be able to obtain the audited financial statement from these agency websites. And so that's the most recent financial statements that we could get obtain. That would enable us to do a very comprehensive data-driven comparison for the council. As you could see there, impressively, with 68.3 million dollars in general fund reserve and pension funds, we are 61% of our general fund budget, because our general fund budget is about $111 million. 61%. That ranks us 3rd in all the cities within Santa Clara County. And I kind of think of Los Altos Hills as an outlier, because if you look at that, the general fund budget for that city is only 10 million. Even having said that, ranking 3rd within this whole impressive county is very remarkable. Next slide, please. The other insightful question came from Council Member Chua from our January 25th meeting, where we talked extensively about our general fund 10-year forecast, and then also as a follow-up during our CIP session last week as to, what is happening with our pension unfunded actuarial liability, with our 33.9 million in our pension trust. How does that relate to our unfunded liability? How does that relate to how other agencies within this county are doing? I think those are all really, really important, because it pools our perspective of financial management away from just our operating budget, but really looking at big picture liability and long-term planning. So what you see on this table here again is the agencies within our county, all the cities. We had to, again, pull information that's publicly available. So we went on the CalPERS website to pull the CalPERS actuarial reports and pull the unfunded liabilities for all these agencies. We then looked at the audited financial statements of these agencies to determine if they had any pension reserve. So as you can recall, I mentioned that our unfunded liability would be 170 million based on Bartel's report. Bartel's report was just published last month. This is a report from 2020. So the investment earnings for CalPERS significantly dropped our unfunded liability from 229 million to 170 million. But I wanted to explain that because some of you may recall that difference. Having said that, what does this slide tell us? The slide tells us that we have $33.9 million in pension reserve against an unfunded liability of 229 million. We have a ratio of a 15% reserve to our liability. How does that ratio compare to other agencies within our county? That ranks us again third, impressively third, especially when you look at Los Altos as kind of an outlier, right? Their numbers are very, very small. You'll also see on this slide, a lot of these agencies have 0, 1, or 2%. So, you know, pension is a very important topic. And I wanted to make sure that we wanted to get back to council and the public on this in a very timely manner. Next slide, please. Staff recommendation tonight. Next slide. Before you is an agenda packet, which is an update, a financial update, which we call the mid-year report. In it, we do ask that the legislative body take some legal action, in particular, approve the budget amendments recommended, adopt the correlating resolution that pertain to job classifications and pay tables, and in particular, authorize the city manager to negotiate the contract amendment for Bateman relating to the senior nutrition program. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Director Eli. I think you're doing a great job. We'll go to Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Lauren. Great presentation, and thank you for clarifying on the reserves. That makes me feel good. I think it's we're doing pretty good. And also, I don't know if anybody else wanted to speak, but if no one else wanted to speak, I would like to make a second. I would like to make a motion.
Wait a minute. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Now we want to be mindful of the time, and I do appreciate that, Vice Mayor. Thank you so much. All right, let's go to Council Member Chua, please.
Very brief. I just want to thank Lauren again. Awesome as always. Great presentation and good data, really supported by the different statistics. Thank you so much. And I will support your recommendation as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to public comment. Come on up. Yes, sir. Microphone, please. Microphone. Seems not to be working. Is there a button over there? We want to get your microphone. The red. Try this one, Mr. Montemir. Is the red light on? Maybe. Warren, can you help? Or someone press a button?
I'll speak loud. It's okay.
Oh, it's on. Okay, it's on.
Yeah. Right away. 1, 2, 3, 4. All check. And it's being taken care of. Both group, the administration. Thank you.
I love it. Thank you very much. There's no further public comment in the chamber. We do have our community with us on the Zoom. Please let me know if you'd like to speak for item number 14. If not, maybe Vice Mayor, you want to make the motion? Let me get the microphone for you.
I'd like to approve item, what item was it, 14?
It's item number 14. 1, 2, recommendations 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we have a motion to approve item number 14 in its entirety after taking public comment. I'll second that. And we'll go to the vote. Council Member Chua.
Aye.
Council Member Dominguez. Absent. Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The motion is carried. Item number 14 has now been approved. Thank you, everybody. Let's try to squeeze one more in here. Item number, let's see here. City Manager, I'll let you pick. We got 13 and 15, as well as 12.
I'm hearing 15. I heard a 15, I think.
You want a 15?
And we have a person here from the public.
Okay.
for 15.
Can we get it in here before midnight? Is it a long? You know what? Let's just.
Ashwini, do you think we can
Ashwini,
make
what
that?
do you think? We got about 50 minutes here.
We make it fast?
We can try to do a really quick presentation, Mayor, but there are
Sure.
several items that the council may want to discuss.
That is true.
Yeah. How many? Let's go for it. Let's go for it. Let's go for it. Item number 15, let's provide direction on the American Rescue Plan Act funding for the council party items and modifications to the ARPA investment plan and provide input on proposed process for future changes to the ARPA investment plan. Back to you, Ashwini.
Great, thank you, Mayor Tran. And actually, Lauren is going to lead the presentation for the first few slides, and then I'll take over for the remaining. So if we could get the slide deck up, please.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members of the public. This item pertains to the ARPA investment plan and hoping council can provide us some direction. Next slide, please. Briefly, we'll give some background on ARPA, look at some potential changes in the investment plan, look at also the process for future changes to the investment plan, and also summarize the fiscal impact and our staff recommendation. Next slide, please. By way of background, we began receiving information on our funds from the federal government in May and June. And we started studying that very closely with the council and the public. It was a very comprehensive and engaging process. On June 21, council approved the investment framework. In particular, one of the principles was to ensure that ARPA services did not create a structural deficit problem, and looking at how we can leverage other agencies as we use ARPA funding, and also seeking more funds from the state in addition to the $16.7 million. So that investment framework was really very pillar to the next item, which is the investment plan. The investment plan includes 25 specific program areas. And so 5 investment plan areas, 25 programs. So tonight, what we're presenting to you is maybe looking at those specifics and maybe reallocating if the council so wishes. And so the next slide, please. These are the 5 investment areas. As you could see, they're very focused on our priorities. Economic vitality receiving 5.2 million. Infrastructure receiving 5 million. The lion's share of that is to parks, which is 4.3. Public safety of 2.4. Community services of 2.4. And technology of 2.1. And a very modest 2% administration. Next slide, please. As you may recall, this is the table in the last 2 agenda reports that delineate the 25 programs. We'll put this up quickly because we can come back to it, but in essence, it summarizes the specific programs by the investment plan: community service, economic vitality, public safety, etc. It shows the funding amount, the first year of allocation, and the estimated time that the program will run during the course of the ARPA program, the ARPA plan. This is slide 1. And if we go to the next one, it'll conclude with the next 3 investment plan areas. So we're bringing this to council by way of our budget development process. Next, Ashwini will speak to areas that we may consider modifying if the council so wishes. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Next slide, please. So again, as Lauren mentioned, we will be discussing some potential areas for reallocation over the next few slides. These items have been identified either through the January 25th budget study session, through the council prioritization process, and through other budget development discussions. And I just wanted to note that if council chooses not to allocate money towards these items, but would still like them funded in FY 22-23 budget, then we will go and evaluate other funding options and bring them forward. So I'll start off with the Business Improvement District, and we're asking council to consider $75,000 in ARPA funding for a business improvement district in the Main Street area, and this would fund a feasibility analysis as well as technical support by a consultant. The establishment of a bid is obviously contingent on a majority vote of either property owners or businesses, depending on how it's structured. But it could be a really important economic development tool because it could fund enhanced services, infrastructure improvements, establishing and marketing the area as a historic district. So there's a lot of potential, and this really aligns well with the council's goal of long-term revitalization of this area. This item was previously discussed by council as part of the prioritization process, and it was referred to the EDTC Commission. The commission did hear it yesterday and supported it because, again, of its alignment with the long-term revitalization. And if we could go to the next slide, please. Unhoused services, staff is asking council to consider up to $100,000 in ARPA funding, and this would be to continue the current services that we have with the county's Office of Supportive Housing. As you know, we entered into this contract. It's a $200,000 contract with the county that runs through June. And the county has been providing outreach, very proactive outreach assessment, street-based case management since March of 2021. We have had 119 unhoused clients that have been assessed, with almost all of them enrolled. These numbers are through December of 2021. And given the proactive effort in the first year of services, we are anticipating that a lower level of effort and funding will be needed in the following year, and we're still discussing the actual scope and funding amount with the county. Next slide, please. This is a Milpitas Sustainable Neighbor Education Program. We're asking council consideration of $60,000 for this program. This was referred by Council Member Chua, I think based on discussions at the Energy and Environmental Sustainability Commission. And this potential program is really intended to support the city's climate action goals by increasing awareness of existing city programs and also helping to basically foster behavior change to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And it would, the funding, the 60,000 would provide funding for maybe 8 or 10 volunteers, provide grants to 8 or 10 volunteers of different housing types, and then provide training and technical assistance for them to make improvements and take actions to reduce emissions. It would also have lessons learned from this pilot published and then shared with the Milpitas community so residents could learn from it. And the funding envisions funding an intern or a fellow to support this program. Next slide, please. Parks rehabilitation, as you know, we have about $4.3 million of ARPA funding already allocated to make needed improvements in 21 parks. We had 2 parks that were not funded, Oliver Jones and Hidden Lakes Parks, and the estimate was about $350,000 to fund these. We do want to kind of note that it is given the 21 parks already, and you heard during the CIP presentation the challenges related to staffing. Funding these 2 additional parks provides a couple of challenges. One is staff capacity and ability to deliver within the required time frame, and the other one is just trying to reallocate funding from other programs to fund this large an amount. Next slide, please. So now we'll the next few slides will just cover potential areas from where you may want to reallocate. So since this plan was approved, the investment plan was approved in August of 2021, we have been working closely with AG Witt, our consultant on compliance and reporting. And we've also had an opportunity to research and evaluate some specific programs. So based on that, we just wanted to provide, again, information for council consideration. We're not bringing forward any specific recommendations. Next slide, please. So under the Main Street revitalization line item and economic revitality category, we have 500,000 allocated for this particular item. 400,000 of that is for the storefront improvement program, and 100,000 for other items related to this same effort. We currently have a pilot storefront improvement program, which is funded by through the Community Benefit Fund in the amount of $50,000. It's currently underway. And so staff has been doing some outreach and also identifying areas associated with this program. So based on the issues identified, the potential interest that we have received, staff capacity to be able to deliver these projects, as well as keeping in mind the ARPA deadline, we're recommending maybe reducing this amount if council would want to consider it to 300,000, and then possibly reallocating 70,000 of the 100,000 towards a bid study and 30,000 for other revitalization items. And again, the bid, we believe, would support the long-term revitalization strategy if the businesses were to vote in support of it. Next slide, please. This is another item under economic vitality. So we have $200,000 allocated to the Milpitas Chamber of Commerce to support the business community in Milpitas. All entities receiving funding from the city are classified either as subrecipients or as beneficiaries. And subrecipients function as representatives of the city, carrying out work on behalf of the city and subject to a competitive selection process, as well as some rigorous reporting requirements. Funding given to beneficiaries has a much lower threshold in terms of reporting, and it's to really support the ongoing work of the beneficiaries. And so it was originally envisioned that the chamber would be classified as a beneficiary. However, the City Council has expressed interest in the funding being used for specific events and programs and associated resources to help deliver those. These are still somewhat in flux because of the continuing pandemic, the availability of resources, as well as participation levels by the business community. And so based on the funding amount and the associated scope, the desired specificity of the scope, the city may need to reclassify the scope of work as a subrecipient, which would then require a competitive selection process, and that there's no guarantee that that would result in the chamber being selected. And the chamber, even if selected, would also be subject to some pretty rigorous tracking and reporting requirements. So we wanted to lay this out. Council may want to consider a reduced level of funding, but providing additional flexibility to support the classification as a beneficiary. Next slide, please. Community events, again, also within economic vitality line item category. And for this line item, we have 200,000 allocated to community events. This was discussed in more detail. The plan was discussed in August with council. So the 200,000 basically provides funding for a July 4th event. So concert, fireworks, includes funding for potentially a Ferris wheel and parade, 4 pop-up events, art walks, camping event, 3 different cultural events, and then associated marketing and outreach activities. So currently $70,000 of this 200,000 is committed. 130,000 is available over a 3-year timeframe if council wanted to look at changing up the mix of the events. So recently, council approved a 3-day summer roller skating event as a priority item. Cost for that is estimated at about $105,000. And then we did want to point out that Holiday Magic is not funded in 22-23, even if the council wanted to consider a shorter event, maybe a similar 3-day event that is not funded right now. So that could be potential for ARPA funding, or we could, if there was interest in having that in 22-23, we would need to look at a different funding source. Next slide, please. And then this just provides some additional detail that staff has in terms of the Ferris wheel and parade. So for the Ferris wheel, we had initially estimated about $10,000 in a cost, and we have an RFP out that's due back on March 3rd, but staff has been able to have some preliminary conversations. And based on that, it looks like there may be some challenges related both to availability around July 4th, as well as cost due to high demand and competing fares around that same time. And then for the parade, we had estimated an initial budget of $45,000. Just again, wanted to point out some significant staffing resources are needed from Recreation, Public Works, and Police for the July 4th event itself. Having a parade at the same time, which will also require a significant amount of resources, will be challenging. So we may have to space out the two events based on current staffing capacity. Next slide, please. And then this is the second part of our recommendation, which is a proposed process for future changes. So if we could go to the next slide. As Lauren mentioned earlier, you approved the ARPA investment plan on August 9th and also delegated authority to the city manager to proceed with appropriation actions as well as contract approvals. Since the funding, ARPA funding is multi-year, several programs actually go multiple years, we are recommending an annual review of the investment plan as part of the budget development. This will allow council to consider ARPA funding in the context of all other budget priorities. And it will also help maximize efficacy of the budget management and service delivery, more efficient use of staff resources to bring this back once a year. And today we're bringing this to you, as Lauren mentioned, because we are in the middle of the 22-23 budget development process. And so we wanted to get any feedback that you may have on a potential allocation of ARPA funding, and that obviously would require some reallocation since everything right now of the 16.7 million has been allocated in the investment plan. And if we can go to the next slide, I believe that's the fiscal impact and recommendation. So next slide, please. So again, the allocation we have is 16.7 million. The reallocation will not really change the total appropriation, but leveraging ARPA funding for priority items may enable us to fund other services that would have otherwise to be funded by the general fund. Next slide, please. So again, a two-part recommendation. We'd like any feedback you may have on allocation of funding or reallocation of funding, and also your input on the proposed process for future changes to the investment plan. And with that, that concludes our recommendation. Mayor, available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashwini and Lauren, for this item. Very well organized, if I must say, and I know our council did put a lot of time and effort into supporting all of those, I guess, line items, I'll call them. So really appreciate that. I have one comment in regards to the funding priority items. It is the, I believe, funding that's going towards the Office of Supportive Housing, the HEAT team. And I'd like to ask the council to move that money to a different place. Nothing against what people may think it would be in terms of the clients of the Office of Supportive Housing. It's actually not that at all. I believe the county has a respectable amount of funding, and I believe that office has a very respectable amount of funding that they can support those efforts, regardless if our small city chips in or not. I'm not even sure other small cities in the county contribute those dollar amounts. When our city did contribute the funding to the county's Office of Supportive Housing, the last time I wasn't too ecstatic about it. So having confidence that the county has a very comfortable amount of money I am okay exploring to put those dollars elsewhere. I don't think that it's going to stop the services or even affect it one bit. Okay, great. Let's go to my colleagues. Actually, let me pause it. Public comment. Let's go public comment. Yes, come on up. Come on up. Both of you, come on. Yeah, we're running low on time here. Okay, Warren, go ahead. Warren, that one right there, right there.
Hello. Hi, I'm Warren Wettenstein, president of the Milpitas Chamber. I'll talk quick. Despite COVID resurgence, the Chamber has been working diligently toward meeting and exceeding our promised deliverables during the 2021 through 2023 time period. While depending on those one-time funds, we have committed to many tangible and intangible steps towards sustaining and growing the Milpitas small business community. We have brought on board 5 university interns. We're also working with MUSD students in developing marketing collateral for the Chamber and their portfolios. We have made a job offer for a project management specialist to join the Chamber on a full-time basis in order to help us meet our goals. Since the ARPA funding is not meant to be continuous past 2 years, everything we do is meant to build the community and build in more than initially costs, which are subsidized by the ARPA funding. We even brought on a QuickBooks certified bookkeeper. 2022-2023 workshops, digital marketing tools and strategies for business recovery webinar. Is that
well, thank you very much. And you can submit that to us via email if you'd like.
I did.
Okay, perfect.
Earlier,
Then we got it all. You were a step ahead, sir.
Okay.
Great seeing you, Warren, and thanks for sticking with us. You definitely chose an interesting night to be here. Mr. Montemayor, you're up next.
Good job. He said most of them. Oh, he didn't finish, but yeah. Good job for the group of the prioritization and efforts. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that was public comment. Had to get that in there. We do have someone on the Zoom, Allison Mcdonald.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Mayor, I was pretty shocked to hear you suggest not funding the heat team, the county heat team. The reason why you and the City Council agreed to doing that the last time was because our unhoused population was not being assessed. And we were told that our unhoused population can't get on the community queue for housing unless they're assessed. And the council decided that in order to make sure that our unhoused were getting the services and the shelter that they needed to get assessed and pay for that service from the county. And at this point in time, I think the council should be considering paying for the service to have the for services, wraparound services I'm sorry, it's really late. Guarantee some placement for those people on our who live on our streets who have been assessed, who should be housed, but there's no place for them to go, especially not in Milpitas, to take away funding from assessment and on top of that, not be funding slots for our unhoused to be housed somewhere. I'm shocked that we would be going backwards at this time and not forwards. That's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I'm very shocked as well, just as shocked as you, that our Milpitas unhoused don't have the opportunity to be housed in county affiliated housing projects for the unhoused. And so I'm actually very shocked, just like with you. Now, in terms of the assessments, like I stated earlier, we may not need to fund the county. If you've looked at their recent budget, we may not need to fund the county, which has a very larger budget for the services to continue. So let's be very clear. All right, any further public comments? Just want to get the facts straight, folks. Okay, let's bring it up to the council here. If anybody on the dais would like to comment and provide the recommendations, it is 11:30. Okay, we'll go to attendees. We have an attendee. Is it Tom? For public comment. We already took public comment. Folks, raise your virtual hand if you'd like to speak.
Can you hear me?
Mr. Valori, is that you?
That's me.
Oh, how you doing?
Well, I'm still breathing.
That's a great sign. Tell me more.
Basically, I am totally shocked with the way you've allocated that ARPA funding. There are people in this town that are having difficulty paying the rent, difficulty putting food on the table. Businesses keep trying to keep their doors open. Why more than 50% of those funds are not allocated to those kinds of issues, I can't understand. It seems like you're more concerned about keeping salaries up and paying paying city staff than you are with giving money to those individuals that are in serious need of help. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, sir. It's like you tell me that every single year. We're doing our best here. Okay, any further public comment? Okay, that's it with public comment, folks. Back up to the virtual dais. Looks like we have the return of Councilmember Dominguez.
Yes, Mayor, I have a migraine that is pounding, and I looked at the agenda and I thought we were not going to have these types of conversations, but here I am. Your proposal to slash the assessment of our in-house community is disgraceful, and I will share why. This city did not have no advancements for the last, I would say, at least 4 years. Our in-house, the goal of Milpitas, everybody in Milpitas, I've heard it loud and clear, and I think all of us have. The goal is to help our in-house to get out of the streets for many reasons. The county has their process, their responsibility, but the city of Milpitas also has a responsibility. Mayor, your body language is not being respectful. Could I continue, or you're paying attention? I'm gonna wait. Tell me when you're ready.
I'm sorry, I can't turn my camera off like you.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Now I was saying, and I'm turning off my camera, friends who are watching, because I have a blasting headache. And so for me, it's the migraine is really bad. Those of you who suffer from migraines know how bad this could get. Now, our unhoused didn't have no resources the last 4 years to be assessed. If the county is failing to do that assessment, we have the opportunity and the funding, we have it, to continue that assessment. And thanks to that assessment, our housed are one step and steps closer, if not already housed. It has helped our unhoused get off the streets, which is the goal of all Milpitians. We don't want people on the streets. That is the goal. Systemic inequality is real. Systemic inequality is our responsibility to change. We are in charge of those systems. We are to blame if the systems don't work. We can't point the fingers on other people. We have the funding. Now I'm hearing ARPA continuing funding of Ferris wheels, parades, when there's people on the street. There's people on the street who have their own challenges, and we have the opportunity to help them to keep not only them safe, but also our community safe, because we all want to help. There's no doubt that anybody does not want to help them. We may all have a different opinion on how to get there, but the assessment is a proven data-driven tool. And the numbers speak for themselves. Every month we get a monthly report from staff that has shown this service is the only service that the city of Milpitas has that is data-driven and goal-oriented to help our unhoused get off the streets. The city of Milpitas has no other service that is data-oriented that has shown a proven mechanism to get people off the streets. We have had, if anything, I would challenge this council to fund what the homeless task force has presented this council. Going backwards is not okay. Going backwards is not it. And if you want to defund this, that sits on your conscience and on the conscience of others. But Milpitas, we are going backwards because of a political hidden agenda. Why? Because in politics, if it's not an I, if our name isn't behind it, it's not a good idea. I don't believe on that. Mayor, could we continue? I see you guys having a discussion. So I'm going to wait until you guys are paying attention. Let me know when you guys are ready.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Dominguez. Next up is
I'm not
Councilmember
done
Chua.
yet. I'm not done yet. You guys were busy talking. So the body language in our code of conduct says that you need to be respectful when you're having a conversation with the vice mayor. When we're talking about one of the most critical issues in Milpitas was just homelessness, is plain disrespectful. So I'm going to continue until you're listening. So you let me know when you're ready, Mayor.
Just point of information, my microphone is off.
Okay, perfect. But your body language, you're having a discussion. Clearly, I could see you having a discussion with the vice mayor and with the city manager. So I'm not going to talk through that discussion because that's so disrespectful. So I'm going to continue because it sounds like now you're paying attention. Homelessness is the #1 issue in Milpitas. The only way we're going to tackle homelessness is by housing people. The only mechanism that we have in Milpitas that is proven with data is this assessment tool. There is nothing else. And you're going to take that away. By taking away the assessment, I want to be very clear with those who are watching. Taking away the assessment means we don't want to house our homelessness. Our homeless individuals are our most vulnerable population. If we take this assessment tool away, we are against that. Mayor, you're talking again. I'm going to wait. Let me know when you're ready.
Motion to adjourn the meeting. Need a second? We have a second from Vice Mayor Montano based on the policy of time management for city council meetings. We'll go to the vote. Motion to adjourn the meeting. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself and I, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.